really pretty screen.
I'm just going to remove it from Rumble. Okay.
Unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat. We guarantee you're in wonderful company. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Mrs. E. Mrs. E.
All right, welcome to the Mr. E Crimecast, everybody. This is part 2. If you were with us here earlier, if you're watching this on the replay, we just had a little trouble with the original stream, so we had to start this over. But I am Mr. E, joined today by Mrs. E and Auntie, and this morning we're going to be going to the follow the trial of Megan Boswell. She's facing 20 counts, including the death of her 13-month-old daughter Evelyn, who was reported missing for months. Or had been missing for months before she was reported missing, first by her grandfather. After that, for several days, she put out a variety of false statements, misleading the public and authorities. So she's being charged for those crimes also. 12 counts of false reporting to authorities, a variety of other things, including abuse of the corpse and different things related to Evelyn's death. So she is looking at potentially life in prison if she is found guilty. Death penalty is on the table now in Tennessee, but they are not going for that. And she is pleading not guilty. We don't know exactly how that defense is going to play out. But my guess is that she's going to point the finger at someone else. That's how I suspect she's going to go with this. But anything else to add before we kind of hop into the...
No, just thank you guys so much for your patience, and thanks for coming over here. I apologize. I just messed up. So
That's okay. Where
you guys know me, and I'm gonna beat myself up all day for it.
No big deal.
You know?
No big deal.
But thank you, Grandma Chachi. Very sweet of you, saying my favorite
Oh
family.
wow! Want to be?
Oh my gosh!
An amazing comment. Thank you so much.
Auntie kind of looks like Madison Clark from Fear the Walking Dead. Sorry, random, but that just hit me. Okay. Yeah, I can kind of see that.
Do you know you just made her life by saying that?
Yeah.
I'll have to look on my phone. I have a picture with Madison Clark, and that's.
Well, if you text it to me, I'll put it up on the screen.
I'll have to see if I can find it. I've got it somewhere on my phone. I'm a big Walking Dead fan, for those of you that didn't know, and I also loved Fear the Walking Dead, especially the Madison era before she went off, and then she came back.
Whoa! Okay. Listen, I got to say something about Aunt E. She's the biggest spoiler in the world. So you cannot spoil for those of us who have not finished Fear the Walking Dead.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's been all over social media and all over regular media and reruns. So sorry, it's been over for a while.
Yes, but you always do this. We used to go to these where they film The Walking Dead. They have these what's it called? What is it we used to do?
when they were doing live shoots.
Well, no, you and I would go and watch the premieres at Nick and Norm's.
At Nick and Norm's. One of the Daryl Reedus owns a restaurant in Sonoy where they did a lot of the filming, and they would host.
Norman Reedus.
What did I say?
Daryl.
Well, Daryl.
It's Greg Nicotero and Norman Reedus opened a restaurant in that town, and they would have premieres, and sometimes they would show up at the premieres or the season finales. And so we went to a couple of those, but she already would know all the lore and everything that happened that was going to happen in the show. She'd look it up before the show, and she just could barely contain herself. And things would slip out, and it would drive me crazy. Because I'm the kind of person who wants to be surprised, and she's the kind of person that'll read the last page of the book just so she's not surprised.
I'm still looking for Madison.
So anyway, I'm off my soapbox about my sister and The Walking Dead. So.
Yeah, well, it is what it is.
Hi, Trishy. Welcome back.
And whoever gifted Wannabe Sleuth and something, she wanted to say thank you earlier. I didn't catch that come through, but thank you for doing that. Whoever gifted the membership.
It was Starchild.
Oh, okay. So, well, thank you, Starchild, and so
yes, thank you so much, and welcome in, Starchild. All right. Okay, we're pretty behind, so we're gonna go ahead and start playing things if that's okay.
Sure. So, are we playing it from the beginning, or is that how we're doing it?
I was I don't know. I had paused it where they were.
Yes, let's do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right.
So we'll just be quiet unless there's dead air, right? Is that kind of how we're doing it?
Let me put my little banner. I would think that we could pause and talk about things that we're hearing. That's we've never done this before.
Yeah.
So
you can tell we're in East Tennessee with the UT laptop with the judge there.
Yeah. No kidding. No kidding.
Everything on that side of the state is orange.
Well, welcome in, everybody. And I'm going to go ahead and start playing it. If I can find it. My goodness, I'm having trouble today.
Yeah.
So that's Evelyn, or that's Megan over there to the left, right, with the glasses.
Mm-hmm.
It is. Yeah. I can just take us off the screen and make it bigger for everybody if that would make it, if that makes it easier. I don't know if people want to see our faces or not. I can just do it.
We're pretty small already.
Okay.
I think it's okay.
She said, "Hey guys, there's a little echo." Trishy said.
I don't hear an echo. If anyone else hears an echo, let us know in chat, please.
It could be.
It could be their cord. Yeah. Did you hear it? Okay, hold on. I've got to close some of this stuff. I've got too many things open.
While we're waiting, Auntie, Wannabe Sleuth and something says that she'd like to have someone to talk to about the Walking Dead.
You are not kidding. The Talking Dead was one of the few things that I didn't get to do. That I wanted to do while the shows were on. I got to go to see the 100th episode premiere in California. I saw them film the last episode, but that was one of the things I didn't get to do, and I loved the Talking Dead.
Okay.
Yes.
I wanted to ask Trishy, if I pause it, does she hear the echo?
Well, others are saying they're not hearing it.
Okay. It's probably the courtroom.
Yeah, it's kind of echoey.
It's kind of echoey. So let's go ahead. I know I can just skip ahead and do the opening statements. I mean, obviously we see Megan right here.
Yeah.
And her attorneys. And I've got it as loud as it's going to go, guys.
I want to use that chair back there.
Okay. They're getting all of them situated.
It's got the closed captioning.
Mary P. Staubus, District said.
Here we go.
Offenses. The court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment in those offenses. This completes my opening comments to you. We will now proceed with the reading of the presentment. General.
Thank you, Judge. Presentment, case number S-72-869, State of Tennessee, County of Sullivan. Criminal court charge, first-degree murder, count 1. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Evelyn May Boswell, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A1, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, felony murder, count 2. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully and feloniously kill Evelyn May Boswell, a human and being, said killing being committed in the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate the felony crime of aggravated child abuse, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A2, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, felony murder, count 3. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully and feloniously kill Evelyn May Boswell, a human and being, said killing being committed in the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate the felony crime of aggravated child neglect, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A2, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, aggravated child abuse, count 4. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, knowingly, and other than by accidental means, treat Evelyn May Boswell, date of birth November 21st, 2018, a child under 8 years of age, in such a manner as to inflict serious bodily injury, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-15-402, a Class A felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, aggravated child neglect, count 5. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly neglect a child, Evelyn May Boswell, date of birth November 21st, 2018, a child 8 years of age or less, so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare. And the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child, Evelyn May Boswell. Contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-15-402, a Class A felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, tampering with evidence, count 6. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously alter, destroy, or conceal evidence with the intent to impair its availability, verity, or legibility as evidence in an investigation. The said Megan Boswell, knowing that an investigation was pending or in progress, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-16-503, a Class C felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 7. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Tracy Haraz, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning Evelyn Boswell and the defendant's claim that her infant child was with the child's father, Ethan Perry, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 8. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detectives Michelle Gillum and Tracy Haraz, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged lack of knowledge of the whereabouts of her infant daughter and her alleged efforts to locate her daughter, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 9. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Lieutenant Steve Williams, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the alleged last physical contact that the defendant had with her infant daughter and Ethan Perry's alleged refusal to respond to her text and voicemails regarding her daughter following an argument with Ethan Perry about the custody arrangements concerning her daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 10. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Captain Joey Strickler, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged last physical contact with her infant daughter and the defendant's alleged lack of knowledge of the whereabouts of her infant daughter, even though she had concerns that her daughter was possibly injured. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 11. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath, present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 19th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Federal Bureau of Investigation agents Jeff Blanton and Todd Wilcox, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the alleged time frame of when the defendant gave her infant daughter to Ethan Perry to keep, since she could not handle her daughter anymore, and Ethan Perry's alleged threats to take the defendant to court to address the custody of their daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 12. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Captain Joey Strickler, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged claim that she last saw her infant daughter in the custody of Ethan Perry on December 26, 2019, and that she had not contacted the police to report her missing child on the advice of Angela Boswell, the defendant's mother. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 13. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, possibly having her infant daughter, but refusing to share with the defendant the location of her daughter and whether she had custody of the defendant's daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 14. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath, present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having taken her infant daughter in mid-December of 2019 and refusing to tell the defendant of her daughter's location, and that she allegedly did not call the police to report her infant daughter missing out of fear that her mother, Angela Boswell, would harm Evelyn Boswell. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-13, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 15. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, having allegedly taken her infant daughter because Angela Boswell believed that the defendant owed her money, and that the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, had allegedly told her that Evelyn Boswell would not be returned to the defendant until the money was paid. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 16. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 21st, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning her mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having Evelyn Boswell at an unknown location, and that despite the efforts of the defendant to find her infant daughter, she allegedly did not know the whereabouts of her infant daughter and did not have any additional information to provide to law enforcement in their attempts to find the missing child. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 17. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 23rd, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Assistant Agent in Charge, Chris Wilhoit, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. Concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having given the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, to another person who Angela Boswell refused to name, and that her infant child was safe and would have a better life with the unknown person than with the defendant. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stalvis, District Attorney General. Charge of use of a corpse, count 19. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously, and without legal privilege, physically mistreat a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-17-312, a Class E felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stalvis, District Attorney General. Charge, failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. Count 20. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously fail to report the death of her infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, to the county medical examiner, local police, district attorney general, or sheriff, where the death was from violence, trauma, or in any suspicious, unusual, or unnatural manner, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 38-7-108, a Class E felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stalvis, District Attorney General. True bill was returned 22nd day of May 2024, and it's signed Sally Sierra, foreman of the grand jury.
Mr. Scott, how does Ms. Boswell plead in each count?
Defendant pleads not guilty in every count.
Thanks, sir.
Approach.
General, you have opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Today we're going to talk about Evelyn Boswell for a few minutes. In 2019, Evelyn Boswell was a bright, growing little girl, full of life, healthy, learning to walk, learning to talk, doing all the things that a 12-month-old child would do. Which means today, 5 years later, Evelyn Boswell would be 6 years old. She would be possibly in kindergarten, learning to read, maybe taking her first ballet class or her first soccer game, learning to tie her shoes, all of the things that we think of that are firsts for 6-year-old children. But based upon the last 2 days of our jury selection, we all know that Evelyn Boswell is not going to do any of those things. We all know that all of that was taken away from her in December of 2019 by the defendant, Megan Boswell. And her life wasn't just cut short. It's not just a tragedy. Her life was violently ripped away from her.
And we can all agree that it's a shock. It's a tragedy when a child dies. It's upsetting. It upsets all of us. You'll hear phrases like "gone too soon." What a tragedy. A child has such a life ahead of them. And a lot of times it is a tragedy. And in this case, it's a tragedy too. But in this case, it was a preventable tragedy. There's so much more to this story that you are going to hear. Because Evelyn did not have to die. Evelyn could be here today. And so today, 5 years later, we are asking you to give justice to Evelyn Boswell. During this trial, you will learn that the one person, Evelyn's mother, Megan Boswell, who was entrusted more than anyone else to take care of her, to keep her safe, to protect her, that she failed her in the worst possible way. You will hear proof that the last time Evelyn Boswell was seen alive was December 6th, 2019. You're going to hear that date a few times during this trial. That is the last time that Evelyn Boswell was seen alive. And that was just a few weeks after her first birthday. And you're going to hear from many witnesses who saw Evelyn frequently, saw her all the time, family members, Megan Boswell's friends, that all of a sudden are like, where's Evelyn? Where's Evelyn? We're not seeing. They're concerned. And they would ask Megan Boswell about it. And every time Megan had an answer. Megan concocted a story. And I'm not going to tell you now what she said. You're going to hear that in the proof. But she told all kinds of different stories, depending on the person that she was talking to. And you will hear from those witnesses today. But you will hear, or this week, but you will hear there was concern. You know, they knew Megan. They thought they knew Megan, I should say. And so they wanted to trust that what she was telling them was the truth. But it was not the truth. So after December, what happens next? We have Christmas, New Year's. Where's Evelyn? There is no Evelyn. You will not see any proof that Evelyn was seen at Christmas, New Year's. Then we jump to January. The entire month of January 2020, 31 days. Where's Evelyn? There's no Evelyn. People are really starting to get concerned, and Megan Boswell continues to concoct stories of where Evelyn is to try to help people make sense so she can keep this going. The entire month of February 2020. Where's Evelyn? Again, at this point, family is really starting to get concerned that they have not seen Evelyn. And they're asking questions. Months pass. We're not talking about weeks. We are talking about over 2.5 months that Evelyn Boswell is missing. The defendant is not even just canceling her well visits. She's no-showing. She's just not showing up because she knows where Evelyn is. But again, even to the pediatrician's office, she has to concoct a story about forgetting the appointment maybe, or I got my days mixed up. Always a story. Always a story. So we know now, we did not know then, but we know now that from early December, Evelyn Boswell, even though it had not been reported by Megan Boswell, Evelyn Boswell was a missing child from early December until almost the end of February. She was a missing child. And the only person who knew that, the person who was entrusted to take care of her the most, is the only person who knew that Evelyn was actually missing. And she just left it unreported. Over 2 months later, finally, Megan Boswell's dad, Tommy Boswell, finally essentially puts an ultimatum down on his daughter and says, I'm tired of the stories. If you don't show me my grandchild by the next day, I'm essentially calling the police. Well, Megan knew she could not do that, and she did not do that. And Tommy Boswell finally was the one to report Evelyn missing on February 18th of 2020. Finally, law enforcement gets involved. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation gets involved. The FBI gets involved. All hands on deck to find this missing child. She's finally reported missing. But it's important to note that it was not Megan Boswell that reported her child missing. Megan Boswell never reported her child missing. So you're going to hear from December of 2019 until February of 2020, when it's finally reported that the defendant's biggest believable story, that really is probably what kept the family from reporting earlier, is she was saying that Evelyn was with her father, Ethan Perry. And you'll hear a lot about Ethan Perry, and you'll get to hear from Ethan Perry yourselves. Ethan Perry is actually not Evelyn's father, but Megan led them to believe that he was the father. And everyone, for all purposes, also believed Ethan Perry was the father. So to the family, they're like, well, that's good. He's stepping up. The father's stepping up. That's good. We're proud of him. And that is the story that Megan Boswell told mostly to her family, to her friends. You were going to hear a lot of testimony about her just telling everyone.
Can we be heard?
Yeah, we can be heard. Did you guys just hear that?
I can't hear Auntie.
Oh, she's hold on. I've got it.
Okay. Sorry.
Did you just hear that?
Yes, I was getting ready. I was typing it. I did not realize he was not the biological father.
Did anybody else know this?
I don't know. I haven't heard that anywhere.
I thought she was the father. I guess she had other relationships and tried to pin it on him.
Had a Maury Povich moment there.
Yeah.
Well, even in one of the interviews we covered the other night, she talks about how the baby looks just like her dad. Or looks,
yeah.
That's
oh my gosh.
Wow. Yeah, did not know that.
Well, so that's interesting. And another thing that we've kind of learned.
So some people didn't hear what was said. So just be very clear.
The DA is saying that Ethan, who we've all believed was the father, and that's what she said.
Of
Megan
Evelyn.
claimed of Evelyn, the one that was 19 years old in the military. Apparently, he's not the father. So that's news to us. We knew there was going to be a lot of things we're going to discover throughout this trial that we did not know. Another is that December 6th is apparently the last confirmed sighting of Evelyn before she disappeared.
Yeah, we're taking notes.
So there's a couple of things that we're learning here. There's going to be a lot more that we're going to find out. We're going to try not to pause too much and break up the flow of everything. But I think the DA is doing a pretty good job so far.
What do you guys think?
A little nervous, but she's doing pretty well.
I guess you see different levels of attorneys as in these trials, because I've seen some really good ones and I've seen some that kind of struggle for some that are just amazing orators and just really tell a convicting story, and some that just kind of struggle at the beginning. So I'd say it's just kind of getting her feet getting her feet warmed up, getting going, but she's struggling a little bit there at the beginning.
They're warming up. Let's just. I'm sorry.
I want to do one more thing before I forget about this. But right near the beginning of the DA putting out her argument, did you, if your body language people out there, did anybody notice Evelyn? I mean, Megan.
Not Evelyn.
Yeah. Megan, when the DA started talking, like a few seconds into it, she went middle finger to push her glasses up like that.
Oh my stars.
She did, and that's one of those things. Sometimes you'll see people scratch with the middle finger or whatever when they're being. It's one of those kind of like subtle body language things that.
Wow.
Yeah, you see, it's about 20 seconds into the opening argument there.
Oh my stars. Okay.
It kind of it's kind of believed that it may be one of those subconscious kind of things that people do.
Oh, well, guidance says the judge was watching her do it too.
Yeah.
So,
Hmm.
was watching her tattoo. Sorry. I wanted to welcome in a few people that have come in, and thank you, Trishy, for becoming a new member, and Yaya, thank you so much for joining us. And again, Star Child, thank you for your super chat, and S Fan, thank you for your super chat. We appreciate you all being here with us this morning. We've never covered a trial like this before, so it's kind of fun to be able to talk with you guys while we're doing that. So we were going to watch it anyway, so we thought, what the
Why
heck?
not watch it with our friends?
Yeah, exactly. And I did have one thing I wanted to show. Hold on one second.
There's no way to get the words taken off, is there?
Is it bugging people?
Well, it's just that it's not always accurate. The words don't match, because it picks up some of the words are incorrect.
I leave it.
Go ahead and leave it.
Oh, okay. I can take it off if we want. We could do a vote.
That's okay. Just leave it. I bet there's words that are like misspelled, or it's actually the wrong word. Like when words run together, it'll put a different word type of thing.
No worries.
I don't know what I mean. Unless everyone has an objection to it, I think it's useful to have.
Well, if people have to mute it or something at work, and they can still follow along.
That's true. That's true.
Just go ahead and leave it. But
I know I like stuff like that because I have a hard time sometimes, especially like in an echoey room like that. Hearing.
I wanted to welcome in the Hen House and Jazzy's mom, and just a caregiver, and I'm trying to see if there's anybody else new in here while we take a quick break. But I mean, so far, that's a big wow. Finding out. Oh, good morning, Fly Girl 517. Welcome.
And of course, when they read the indictments, we got a little more clarity on what all the lies she told were, and most of it was involving her mother. Which different stories she told about her mom, Ethan. Last time she saw Evelyn. So all those different lies are what's going to be in those. So we got a little more specifics on that we didn't know before too.
Hold on one second. I was going to show something if I can find it. Where is it? Hold on. I wanted to show, let's see. There you go, Auntie.
I'm catching a really faint echo.
Are you?
I don't know why.
Yep, that's Madison Clark.
Where if wannabe sleuth and something's still in here.
Actually, I can see why you do kind of have a similar. Yeah, I can see it.
So anyway, we'll get back to that. I just was showing that for wannabe sleuth and something.
Yeah, someone earlier was making the point that Auntie favors Madison Clark.
She said, "Yay!"
My face is much rounder. I have a round face. When I'm thinner, my face is a little thinner. But
we'll put it back up. Yeah, she's taken care of Norman Reedus. You've done all kinds. You've met all those guys.
Yes, a lot of them. Yes, and they're all actually really awesome people. Very few of them are not.
Thank you, Women's Warrior. She's always so sweet.
It's my phone. I had it up. That's where my echo was coming from. I had it playing on the phone. I didn't realize.
It does, and if you can have it playing anywhere and not realize it, and it'll echo. Yeah,
I didn't realize. Let's see.
Okay, I'm getting back.
Women's Warrior says, "I enjoy watching live trials. We don't have the opportunity here in the UK. I love your insight and opinions." Well, thank you. Yeah, I didn't think about that. So the UK, they don't allow this at all, I guess.
I think it's great that they do, because it gives you a very good picture into what happens in trials that you can't see. Not all of them are public, are they? No. And even in the US, some of them are not.
I think there's always a discretion judges can take, but I in general favor transparency in all government. So unless there's like children involved, like on the stand, things like that, I think in most cases these things should be public.
Yes,
so we can see exactly what's happening.
I think it would be more entertaining. Do they still dress up in government in England?
Oh, you mean with
like Parliament does?
Parliament.
I have no idea.
I was just curious. I think that would be more entertaining in a weird way. So, but anyway, we'll get back to it. I just we just had to stop with that whole Ethan Perry is not the father. So that's fascinating. Let's find out who the father is.
Right. Wonder if the father knows
that Ethan Perry has gotten Evelyn. First, you'll hear that they're trading weeks, but doesn't make sense because people are still not seeing Evelyn. So then Megan took it one step further where he took her to court and got emergency custody, blaming her for something. And again, not true. There was never court. There were no documents. Juvenile court was never involved. It was just another story that Megan Boswell was telling because she knew where Evelyn was, and she had to keep perpetuating this lie. Interestingly enough, she didn't think it through completely because Ethan Perry at the time was in the Army in Louisiana. He lived in barracks, and I think we all understand and know that in the barracks, there's not going to be a toddler running around, but Megan Boswell, in perpetuating that story, she didn't care. She got the entire Army involved in this to go investigate this poor guy who was trying to serve our country in Louisiana. Pulling him out of his duty, I can't imagine the chaos that caused, all because Megan Boswell wanted to perpetuate this lie. And Ethan Perry didn't even see Evelyn in December. You will hear that he came in to visit his grandparents on leave. He never saw Evelyn Boswell over Christmas or over December. We all know why now. But at the time, Megan, again, tells the story. Evelyn has the flu. She can't come. And you will hear the testimony that no one, not Ethan Perry or anyone else saw Evelyn Boswell in December. The hard part. From early December of 2019 until later when her body was found, Evelyn was always in the same place. And Megan Boswell knew that. Megan Boswell knew that because she is the one that put Evelyn there. She placed Evelyn's body in a kitchen trash can. Her own trash can from her home, from the trailer that she shared with Evelyn. And she hid that trash can in her own childhood playhouse on her father's property, a playhouse that you will see no one has been in for a very long time. And that it was Megan's, it was personal to Megan, not to anyone else. And you're going to hear that Evelyn was put into the trash can upside down is the best way to describe it, head down, in a bag of trash, filled with food debris, broken eggs, her body just placed in there by the defendant. You will see that there was a blanket tightly wrapped around Evelyn's body, pulled up over her face, and quite a bit of aluminum foil then wrapped around her head. The blanket completely covering her face, the foil completely covering her head. Upside down in a trash can, still in her purple fleece onesie and diaper. And as terrible as it is to say, you are going to hear that she just wasn't placed in the trash can, but then another trash bag was placed on top of her. And that trash bag was shoved down into the trash can, compressing Evelyn into the trash can. That's what we're dealing with today. And you're going to hear proof that directly links only one person to this crime, this horrendous crime. You're going to hear that the only person linked to this crime is sitting at this table right here. You're going to hear it from many witnesses. You're going to hear all of the stories that she concocted, the lies that she told. And you're going to hear forensic evidence that links the defendant, Megan Boswell, and only the defendant, Megan Boswell, to this crime. One step further. This entire time, Evelyn is decaying, decomposing in this trash can, again, upside down and compressed. What is Megan Boswell doing? Is she mourning her child? Is she worried? Is she scared? What is she doing? What would a mother be doing? Well, it's not what Megan Boswell was doing. And you're going to hear that because Megan Boswell got a new boyfriend, and it conveniently happened at pretty much exactly the same time that Evelyn disappears. When no one sees Evelyn again, Megan Boswell has decided she's just going to, Evelyn just out of the head, and she's moving on with her life. And she is living her best life, and you will hear that. She has this new boyfriend who has money, or at least she thinks he has money, and she's going to have a better life for herself. Not her child, but for herself. You will hear that she takes trips. She's clearly falling in love. She moves out of the trailer that she was living in with her child and moves in with this guy within weeks into his home in a very nice neighborhood in Blunteville, Tennessee. You are going to hear testimony that Megan Boswell is taking trips to Gatlinburg, to Pigeon Forge, staying at Margaritaville Hotel, all while her child is upside down, decomposing in a trash can. You will never hear that Megan Boswell was upset, mourning her child, crying. All she does is continue to concoct lies to cover up what she did. Is that what a mother does? So you will hear that when Tommy Boswell reports, it's essentially all hands on deck with law enforcement. Immediately, law enforcement goes into action, and you are going to hear so much proof about how much effort went into finding this baby, how much time and hours worked by every law enforcement agency in North Carolina, East Tennessee, Middle Tennessee. Everyone putting their efforts into trying to find this little girl and just hoping to find her alive. So then Megan Boswell then, of course, comes clean, right? Once law enforcement's involved, because Megan knows where Evelyn is, so she's gonna tell law enforcement, right? The answer is no, and you probably can gather that by General Harper reading the indictment for about 40 minutes this morning. Megan Boswell continues to perpetuate her stories, concocting anything, blaming anyone else, Ethan Perry, for a day, 2 days. She continues that story of Ethan Perry. Then you'll hear she admits that's not true. So then she tries to blame her mom, her own mom. She decides to try to blame to try to get out of this because she knows this snowball is rolling down this hill and she's trying to stop it the best she can. Why is she doing that? It's because she knows that she brutally murdered her child and she's trying to cover it up. And maybe she had that hope that Evelyn would never be found. And even to this day, 5 years later, Evelyn would still be a missing child. The defense said something really interesting in jury selection yesterday afternoon that I want to touch on. He said to you, you only have one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? Then he said, Megan only has one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? I submit to you, Megan Boswell has already had her chance. She was gifted with a beautiful child, a healthy, vibrant little girl. Evelyn was perfect. Megan Boswell already had her chance. So today is Evelyn's chance. Today is our chance to get it right, not Megan's. Today's our chance to get it right for Evelyn. I know this is not easy for any of you. Thank you for serving. I promise you that this is not easy for any of us. It is not easy for any of us. But it's so important for us to be here today. You know you're going to see pictures that you don't want to see. You know you're going to hear things that you don't want to hear. But that's how we tell Evelyn's story. What she endured before her death, during her death, and even after her death. And where she had to sit for months while her mother continued to split her life as if Evelyn didn't exist. Ladies and gentlemen, at the close of this proof, we believe you will be left with no doubt at all, that the defendant, Megan Boswell, is guilty as charged in every count of the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Scott.
About how long before they found the baby. So we think sometime in mid-December is when she was unalived, and then it was into March, early March of 2020. So almost 2.5 months or so is what we think. So quite a long time there. So we all can kind of hear the argument. It looks like that the prosecution is going to make as far as the motive. Looks like what they're setting up is that the motive might have been to start a new life with a boyfriend. That Evelyn was in the way of that, and so in that way, it's kind of similar to the Christopher Watts trial, also, where he was wanting to start a new life. It is what
kind of also reminds me of Scott Peterson. You know.
Yeah. So that looks like that's what they're going to go with on the motive. Just kind of reading between the lines there, and the defense. I have no idea what this defense is about to be.
I do love his orange computer.
Yeah, he does.
Oh yeah.
People keep mentioning how stern he seems, and he does kind of seem like a no nonsense judge up there, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, he does.
Judges, I think, though, can sometimes be the hardest people to read.
True.
I think that so many of them have that poker face that you really don't know what they're thinking.
Well, y'all have any other thoughts or observations about the opening argument there before we go on?
I just wanted to wish blessings, a good day at work, and thank you for listening to us while you work. We appreciate you. Let's see.
And I think some of you are hearing the details also for the first time about what happened to Evelyn. It's actually a little worse than that.
Go ahead, Auntie.
I was going to say, yes, the trial is in Tennessee, in the area where they live in Blunttville, Tennessee.
Far east Tennessee. So even further east than Knoxville and Gatlinburg and all that.
And if we had different circumstances with our son, I was planning on going. So unfortunately.
Yeah, this would have been a great one to be at.
Well, Auntie, you could take off and be there by tomorrow.
Yeah, it would be a lot for me to have to go, though. I mean, with being where I'm at, it would take me a bit.
Yeah.
I know, I'm just teasing you.
I would love to, though. I mean, you know.
And like I said, under different circumstances, we might have, you and I might have dropped mom off here and gone ourselves.
Yeah.
So, but unfortunately, that's not how it worked out. But that's okay. We get to be here with you guys, and that's important.
Jeannie says she's a local. She said it was so sad we locals watched this unfold.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure
it's
completely rocked your community there.
I can't imagine. It's probably similar to how we all feel about Sebastian, right?
Yeah,
right.
Here in our community. Yeah. Speaking of which, there's a lot of craziness with lights and things. I think we're going to have to talk about.
Yeah, we'll have to do that next time.
Lights and pictures, and
maybe this weekend we'll do another Sebastian live.
Yeah, and I think it's good to kind of see how things play out for a few days with this information before we go live to talk about it. So sometimes that's why we don't go live with this new information till we see how things are going to play out.
Yeah, kind of let the arguments play themselves out a bit and see where the truth is on stuff. It's always better to be accurate than first, I think. And Women's Worried, thank you. I bet it will be very distressing, Mrs. E. I don't know if moms could sit through the evidence.
I could. First time I heard it, well, I know you could, but the first time I heard it, it was really difficult for me. I have to say it was, gasping and all that. But I
have a switch. I flip my switch on.
Yeah.
And I just kind of put up the walls and try to, not internalize it too much because it is disturbing. It's absolutely disturbing.
Yeah, you've always been like that though. And I'm the opposite. So but I'm hearing it more and more. It just kind of,
That's the tough part when they're going to have to look at the pictures. I think because you can't unsee things.
There were a lot of pictures with the Murdaugh trial, and they did not show those graphic pictures during the courts. So we probably won't get the opportunity to see anything like that.
I would hope not.
I hope not.
I know sometimes they do. Sometimes you will see those in court cases where they actually do show them, but they did not do that with that trial. So I would think this one would be very highly sensitive as well.
Well, it sounds like we're going to hear the defense. Let's see what they have to say.
Yeah.
Morning. She's right about some things. This is a terrible situation. There was a child, 13-month-old child, dead in the trash can. No getting around that.
Hold on just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you go to the officer.
Stand, please.
Uh-oh. What's going on?
I don't know what he said that would have caused him to have to start that.
He said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you go with the officers." I guess the jury's leaving.
Yeah, I know, but it's based on something I think the attorney started to say, correct?
That's what I assume.
Maybe see the thing.
We'll see.
Oh, somebody gonna get fussed at?
Who are you with? All right. Are you the designated still photographer?
Yes, sir.
If that flash goes off again, you'll have 10 days in jail. The order's very clear.
Yes, Your
There'll
Honor.
be no lights, there'll be no flash. That's disruptive to the jury. That's disruptive to the lawyers. That's disruptive to this process. And I'm not even kidding. If I see another light, whoever it comes from will immediately be held in criminal contempt of this court.
Wow.
Take you to jail for 10 days.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I have it on not flash on my settings.
Well, it went off because it was right in my face.
Okay, yeah, he's tough.
He's taking control early on.
Yeah, I got a feeling that one or two of them is going to do about it. It's going to take us like 15 minutes to get started. So we'll take about 10 minutes.
Okay, so we can fast forward.
Stands in recess.
That's good for us, right?
Wow. I think it was that girl right there because it was a young person.
Yeah, sounded like a young voice.
Uh-oh. Let's see. We'll skip ahead. Let's see. Okay,
no.
Here we go.
Looks like they're coming back in.
Well, that's interesting. It gives us at least a feel for how the judge is going to control things.
Oh, he's going to control them for sure.
How hard must it be to have conversations with it's almost like playing an opposing team, and you're like, how do you have those conversations and just have the idle chit chat in between all of this?
Yeah, they've probably known each other for a few years. All these people, they see each other.
When we were sitting in Betty's trial, we noticed that everybody seemed to know everybody. They were all talking to each other.
It's a small world,
A Woman's World said, did someone take a photo? We assumed a still photographer took a flash, and they were not supposed to do that. Had flashing on their pictures, and he did not like that one bit.
It's Women's Warrior.
What did I say? Woman's World.
Like the
Woman's
magazine.
Warrior. That's a magazine. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
You might want to. Our friend that has been ill was just calling. Would you mind to text her and tell her that we can't talk right now?
Well.
But we have a friend that's been in the hospital. So, okay, I'm going to go ahead and get started with the next part.
Don't really know where I was at.
You start up.
I was. That was the first line. I don't really know where I was at, but when Miss Massey, she's right about a lot of things. I mean, there's not a person in this courtroom who wants to be here discussing a dead child. Nobody. Not you all, not me. But the state asks you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder. It's very interesting what they've done. They've asked you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder in 3 different ways. They've asked you to find that it's a premeditated and intentional killing of her child. And then they're asking you to find that it's a murder that is perpetrated as part of child abuse. And then they're saying, well, if it's not that, surely it's because of child neglect. That's a problem. The state's theory is reasonable doubt in and of itself. They don't know what happened. They don't know how that child died, and they can't prove how that child died. I expect you'll hear from a couple of different medical examiners who come to somewhat the same conclusion, but one medical examiner, I think you'll hear from her, and she has a very interesting theory. But I would suggest to you that her theory is flawed, and the proof will show you why it's flawed. Just like yesterday, I was talking about in board hour, I think I asked a couple of you about the scientific method. And if you put in incorrect data, would you get incorrect results? And you will, if it's data significant. The state asks you, I anticipate this medical examiner, based on her testimony in another hearing, is going to say that this child was alive when it's placed in a trash can. But then again, the state says Megan's guilty of abuse of a corpse. Those theories are not consistent. They're not consistent with this. What the state hasn't talked to you about is the possibility of what if this was accidental? What if Megan or Hunter Wood rolled over on that child in the bed? I find this unreasonable, honestly. I find it unreasonable that you roll over on your child in the bed and you don't call 911. But I'm 49 years old. I practiced law for close to 25 years. As Harper talked about yesterday, how your life experiences are different. But mine are certainly different than Megan's. When this child died, she was 18 years old. Now, you heard about what a great father Tommy Boswell was and how involved he was. What you didn't hear is Megan had that child because while she was in foster care. That's how involved Tommy Boswell was. She was in foster care when she had the child. I think you'll hear a lot in this trial about how she came up. And I like to tell people, and I do tell people, I've never had a hard day in my life. I've never went hungry. I've never not had a place to live. I've never fought a war, and I've never lost a child. And I can't put myself in the position of someone who has lost a child. But that's what I'm going to ask you to do. Put yourself in Megan Boswell's position. She's 18 years old. She's got an older boyfriend. We expect the proof will be that he tells her, don't involve me with this. I don't want to be involved. Because they're scared they're going to get charged with something. That's going to be the proof in this case. And my reaction and your reaction would be different. I would certainly call 911. But I'm not 18 years old. And sometimes I think back to myself and I say, I would have called 911 at 18 years old. But I probably would. But I know a lot of people at 18 years old that wouldn't. Their life experience is different. Their maturity is different. If any of you have kids, some of you probably know that. Now, I want to talk to you about about the indictment itself. We entered a not guilty plea to each and every count. And we're persistent in that. But that probably seems disingenuous to some of you guys about certain things. And I want to explain why. Counts 7 through 17 charge false report. And to find a false report, they have alleged that she has acted with the intent to obstruct or hinder an officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring. Well, the case of the death of her daughter, the death had already occurred when she gave those statements. So it's not to hinder an officer in preventing the offense now, or from continuing to occur. That's the first thing. So you have to determine, is she criminally responsible? Did she lie to the police? She absolutely lied to the police. I'm not contesting that. Some of the stuff she said, again, are an 18-year-old girl scared to death, talking to a TBI agent, talking to a police officer, and trying to explain this. She doesn't want to get in trouble. It doesn't mean she murdered her child. It doesn't mean she killed her child. What it means is that's her perception that she's going to get in trouble for this. And despite all the assertions to the contrary by the state, this is a trial, and I want to choose my words carefully. Ms. Massengill talks about Evelyn. Now get this right for Evelyn. Get justice for Evelyn. And I want you to hear me out before you judge my statement. There's nothing you all are going to do that's going to change anything for Evelyn. Not a thing. The child is gone. Your job here today, and in the coming days and weeks, is to decide whether Megan's actions are criminal or whether they're not criminal. I'm not asking you to find her innocent of anything, because that's not your function. Your job is to determine whether the state can prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty that she committed each and every element of the offenses charged. And you're not going to be able to do that. Their theories are absolutely inconsistent. Premeditated murder, oh, well, if we can't prove that, maybe we'll get her by neglect. And I would suggest to you that the investigation into this case, once it focused on Megan Boswell, it focused on Megan Boswell. You'll see what little investigation there was into Hunter Wood, the boyfriend that they talked about. Who, it's like I don't think it's just Megan that did this. But we expect the proof will show you that he was involved with it, that he placed that baby there, that he had access to that property. He'd been a lifelong friend of Megan's brother, Tommy Boswell Jr., who goes by Mikey. He knew where that stuff was. Now, there are other things about the body and how it was found that doesn't come out in the proof. I'll bring those to your attention later. But they will show you that baby wasn't placed in that trash can dead. They will indicate to you that baby was probably moved. Also, I want to touch again on this massive Bill's talk about Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell just had an epiphany. Well, he had an epiphany after they searched his property over and over, after they had run a cadaver dog by that building where the baby was that didn't get on it. Then one day he'll just pick up the phone and say, hey, I just got to thinking, Megan had this playhouse down here. Maybe you should come and search it. Cadaver dog didn't get it. Seems strange that the TBI searches your property and you would say, search all the buildings. Look at the playhouse. Why? Why do you have an epiphany days later? I bet I know where the child is. You'll hear from him. You'll hear him explain it. You can make your determination if you believe. But ultimately, your task was determining whether Megan killed that child. The child could have died sudden death syndrome. Some upper range of sudden death syndrome, but it's still there. And that child, I think that child's date of birth is the middle of November. So when we say a 13-month-old child, the child was barely 13 months. Could have died from that. It could have died from somewhere around the open, as they believe. It
was in November.
Yeah.
So did he just admit that she, agree that she passed away early December?
Say that again. The first part of you was cut off because you're muted.
She's saying, because he's saying that she was barely 13 months. Does he have an idea of the date that it happened? I guess is what she's kind of.
They said it in the other.
I think that it was somewhere right around the 6th because people saw her on a daily basis, and they said no one saw her after the 6th. So they're probably assuming it was around the 6th or 7th. Almost immediately at that time.
Yeah. That's a great idea, Women's Warrior. If you've got an idea for a poll, put it in chat and I'll put it up.
Sure.
That sounds great.
I think he's just trying to make a case for that it could be someone else. And I have also questioned the
father,
the Megan's father.
That's what I mean.
Why? Yeah. Yes, exactly. As to why he just all of a sudden said, sure, check my property, check this building. I mean, that's pretty sketchy.
I won't be surprised if there's people in her family that had some idea or knew what happened at some point. And I think that's what he's going for. The strategy he's putting out at the beginning where he's talking about they're kind of charging her with everything and seeing what sticks. I don't like that. It's not a bad strategy on the defense attorney's part because they are kind of charging her with multiple things. It doesn't seem like a consistent indictment
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't seem like they have a very clear idea of what happened, and so it's not a bad argument that he's making strategically. So we'll just have to see how the prosecution, deals with that kind of problem.
Yeah,
it looks like to me they would have had enough evidence, because obviously if she did it, she didn't do it very smartly. It was very haphazard, and so her fingerprints should be all over.
Well,
all of it.
I mean, the fact that there was like fresh, like trash, eggs, and different things along with her is probably pretty telling too.
But it's the reasonable doubt thing. So if they're charging her with premeditated first degree, then if there's one juror on there that at the end of this is going, I think it was an accident and a cover up.
Right.
If they can convince one juror of that, and a few other things throughout, he's just got to plant that doubt. So, I don't know, the strategy wise, it's not a bad angle for him. I think
I could have never been a defense attorney.
Even though I think that Megan had a hand in this and did what it looks like.
He's also trying to blame things on her youth and making poor decisions.
Yeah, that doesn't fly with me.
No,
based on how she was raised.
Yeah, I don't care about that. You're old enough to go to war and everything and vote, then you're old enough to take the consequences for stuff like this. So that would not be compelling to me as a juror. But that argument,
that's why you're not on the jury.
Yeah, but the argument about them charging her with multiple different acts that kind of contradict each other, that would have some sway with me.
Hi, Lainey King from Missouri. Welcome.
And Trishy was saying not a death penalty case, right? Exactly.
No. Right.
They are not trying this as a death penalty case.
Trishy, we gave up on trying to not say those words. It does cut into like the ad revenue for it, but I think on our last 3-hour stream we made $6 whole.
Which is surprising, really, because true crime is one of the top 5 or 10 probably topics just in YouTube in general.
Right.
So you would think advertisers would actually want to advertise on
this is more of a labor of love for us.
But it's too hard to cover stuff like this without using those words. So
he hates the pew pew and all those things.
I won't do pew pew.
Yeah, so
that's ridiculous.
I'll just lose the ad revenue. I don't care.
That's why we had started trying to get a Rumble channel set up, because Rumble doesn't penalize you for that stuff. But I was trying to dual stream there today, and that just didn't work out. So we all saw what happened. So anyway, we can get back to it. Let's see.
So far, his case is not bad.
He's not terrible.
It's not terrible.
I kind of didn't expect much from it.
What are you guys thinking?
But he's decent as an attorney. I think it's unfortunately.
Oh, well, there you go.
Let's see. Bliss Blessing says, I grew up in foster care from 3rd to 12th grade. Definitely does not fly with me either. She knew better. Yeah. But maybe that argument will work on some of them to make her sympathetic. He's got to try to make her sympathetic.
Did it end up being? It was more women than men on the jury, isn't that correct?
I don't know. Do you know?
I don't know.
I don't know what the final makeup was.
There was more women yesterday than men. I know.
Oh yes, definitely more women that were held aside, but I don't know what the ultimate makeup of the jury was. Women's Warriors says, I think it's that it's really silly not being able to say DP when it's a legal term. Absolutely. We do too. We didn't know that was, we just thought people were being funny when they were changing the terms of stuff before we started our own channel. So I know you're starting your new channel, so be wary of those things, because it really does change the ad revenue.
And Trishy had to get a comment as well. She said accountability is required. I feel like they could address the defendant's youth and mitigating circumstances at sentencing. Full accountability required, in my opinion.
Wow.
Sure.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I love that we have such smart people that watch us.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
Exactly.
All right, I'm gonna get back to it.
And certainly, disposing of that body the way we disposed of it is not excusable. It doesn't excuse anything. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't mean she's a murderer. Doesn't mean that. I want to talk to you about the last count that we pled not guilty to on abuse or failure to report a suspicious death. And as indicted, the state chose to indict that where the death was from violence, trauma, or any suspicious or unusual or unnatural manner. Now, I can't deny she didn't report it. She didn't report it. There's no denying that. But what I would tell you is what that indictment leaves out is a key part of that statute. And had it included that, I would have pled guilty, had her plead guilty to that. And that talks about where the unexpected death of a child is severe health or sudden if a death sentence. Had that have been included, should have stood up and said, I'm guilty of that. I did that. It's not included because the indictment wants to make it that she committed a violent offense against the child. Lying to the police, improper disposal of the body, or whatever part she played in that, doesn't mean she murdered the child. It means she was an 18-year-old girl with pain. That's what you have to think about when you hear this proof. That's all I've got to say to you. I thank you for your time and attention. I know I'll probably cross-examine you. A lot of you fairly hard the other day. And I mean no disrespect by that. I just want you to know the jury selection process. I did that because we have to have jurors that, make sure that you can be against them. That's the only reason. I mean, absolutely no disrespect. If I'm hard on you, I apologize for that, but I don't apologize for standing up to me.
He must have been pretty harsh.
Mm-hmm.
Stay with call agent Brian Fraley.
Raise your right hand, please, forward, please. State your name. Brian Fraley. So, swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, sir, I believe.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
If you would introduce yourself to the jury, please.
Good morning. My name is Brian Fraley, and I'm a special agent with Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Right. Agent Fraley, how long have you been with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
19 years.
Right. What is your current position or assignment there?
Senior special agent out of the Johnson City office, assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division.
Agent Fraley, were you called upon to assist in the investigation into the disappearance and subsequently the death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And do you remember when that was that you were called out to assist in that?
Yes, sir. It was February 19th of 2020.
Okay. And what was your role when you first got called out?
Myself and other agents were called to assist Special Agent Brian Pritchard. He had been called to Sullivan County to assist Sullivan County Sheriff's Department on an Amber Alert on the 18th of the previous day.
Okay. And so when you were first called out, this investigation was in regards to a missing child. Is that correct?
That's correct. Special Agent Pritchard had been contacted on a missing person case that involved Evelyn Boswell. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is the only state agency that can actually issue Amber Alerts. We were informed that the initial complaint by a family member, being the grandfather of Evelyn, was Tommy Boswell through Department of Children's Services, also known as DCS, who had contacted the referral to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department. Sullivan County Sheriff's Department got that referral, contacted us, and Special Agent Pritchard responded after going through a checklist that is required. Instead of just a regular missing person or missing child case, certain things have to be checked off or validated in order to issue a full-blown Amber Alert.
And Agent Fraley, I know you work for the TBI. Were there other law enforcement agencies that were involved in this investigation?
Yes, sir. Once it went to a full Amber Alert, which is probably our highest priority at TBI, the FBI was called. Obviously, Sullivan County Sheriff's Department investigators were already involved along with Agent Pritchard. But once we were involved, we have a specific team just for Amber Alert cases out of Nashville that also involve other agents and intelligence analysts. The FBI has a specialized team of trained agents called a CART team, and that's a child abduction response team. And these agents are experts in child abduction, Amber Alert type cases. So within hours of the Amber Alert being issued and certified, there was approximately 40 to 50 FBI, TBI, Sullivan County investigators, and intelligence analysts assigned to this case.
So a number of agents.
Did you hear that?
I did.
For those of you that are following the Sebastian Rogers case and wondering the response,
it would have been just like this.
It would be very similar to this, correct?
Yeah. So we can assume that Sebastian, because it was an Amber Alert, also had 40 to 50 FBI, TBI agents and the CART team, and that Amber Alert qualification is, he said it was very strict and specific in the criteria that have to be met, which also gives us further
wonderful.
Really evidence that this was never a runaway for Sebastian. I know that, and if you're not interested in Sebastian, only following this case, for us, because we got into this because of the Sebastian Rogers case, it'll always be our kind of touchstone for everything we ever cover, probably for as long as we're doing this. But that's interesting if you're following both.
That is very interesting.
I just thought, this is part of the reason I want to cover this, guys. I know that our numbers are going to be low because people aren't as interested in this as other things. But this is part of the reason, is because I want to understand their protocols.
And it gives us connections. It gives us connections just in testimonies and the way people present themselves. It kind of gives you some background and seeing patterns in the way people behave.
And types of evidence that TBI and FBI gather here will probably be, if there's ever trials for Sebastian, will be similar techniques used. So there's a lot to learn from it.
All right. Well, I'm going back to it. Sorry. That was just interesting. I just think that this is stuff to take note of, especially if you're kind of keeping track of things, that are going on in Tennessee. It's good to know exactly what processes the TBI uses. And sounds like the FBI was called right away and is always called when there's an Amber Alert.
I suppose
and Sebastian had an Amber Alert. So. All right. Sorry. I'm back. I'm going back to it. Yeah. Welcome, Gypsy. I was bragging on you to Aunt E. I was telling her how pretty you are.
Oh, yeah. What's today?
All right.
Across a number of agencies, all out there, essentially, at least initially, looking for a missing child. Is that
Yes,
a fair
sir.
statement?
That's correct.
All right. And so over the first couple of days of your investigation, did you participate in or were you aware of interviews that were done with the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir. Megan Boswell provided statements to a numerous amount of investigators early on, including me.
All right. And would it be a fair statement to say that she gave you multiple different versions about what had happened and where her child might be located?
Yes, sir. Repeated stories that we tracked down that turned out to be lies.
Objection, Your Honor. No, that's speculation.
As to the word lies.
May I continue?
Yes.
Just different statements that she had provided that turned out to be leads that we tracked down over the course of several days and several weeks.
All right. And I guess let me ask you this way, Agent Fraley. Okay, I'm sorry. Were you all ever able to locate Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right. And was that as a result of information? Well, I guess go ahead and tell me how it was that you were able to.
So on March 6th, which this is fast forwarding 17 days since I was brought in with other investigators, 18 days since the initial report on February 18th, we'd been working around the clock. And like I said, there was 40 to 50 of us working, and a phone call was received by Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell had called in. And March 6th, 2020 was a Friday. And we had worked, like I said, 18 days. And we had come to a point in the investigation where we had decided we need a break. We had exhausted a lot of resources, time, and we were at a place where we didn't feel we should go on at that time. We should take a break, and it was a good pause point, if you will. So on the afternoon of March 6th, again, it was a Friday, the plan was the investigators to go home, reset physically and mentally. We were exhausted, and try to just get a sense of normalcy, if you will, over the weekend and come back Monday. If anything would have come up, we would have responded. But in late afternoon on the March 6th, on the Friday, Tommy Boswell called in. So we agreed, the four of us, myself, Special Agent Gratz, who's also another TBI agent, investigator Tracy Raz, who is a Sullivan County detective at the time, and investigator Michelle Gillum, who was an investigator at the time. We'd been working together for those weeks. We decided, let me back up. Mr. Boswell reported that he wasn't sure if there was a storage.
Objection is what Mr. Boswell says.
Well, Judge, I'm not offering further.
Yeah, Judy C says, if you don't want your child there, there are many who would adopt to love and care for. I think that's how we all feel about this.
Sustained.
Agent Fraley, as a result of the call that you got, and let's step back a little bit. Tommy Boswell is the defendant's father. Is that correct?
Yes, Megan's father and Evelyn's grandfather.
All right. As a result of the phone call that you received from Mr. Boswell, what did you all do next?
We went to Mr. Boswell property located on Muddy Creek to conduct a search there.
All right. Is that property located in Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I think it's 539
All right.
Muddy Creek Road.
All right. Agent Fraley, in the course of your investigation while you were out there, did you create a sketch or diagram of the Boswell property?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. If I could, I'm going to hand you a document, ask you if you can identify what's shown.
Excuse me. This is a hand-drawn document. It's a sketch of like an aerial view of the property there at Mr. Boswell's at 539 Muddy Creek Road, Bluntville, Tennessee.
All right. And does that diagram accurately show the layout or the placements of various sheds, outbuildings, trailers, roadways there on the property?
Yes, sir, it does.
All right. Judge, we would move to make that exhibit number 6.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Before exhibit 6.
And if we could, I'd like to publish that to the jury.
Are you going to use the emerald thing?
Well,
There you go.
I agree with that there is kind of a stigma, right? If you decide to give up your child, your whole family is aware that you've had a child that you're giving up, and there would be judgment and stuff like that. So that is a factor for people to do that, I think. And she certainly didn't have great family to, sometimes kids, when they're not mature or have issues, they'll let a grandparent raise the child, but she didn't have a great support system either to do that with. Her parents had their own issues.
Agent Fairley may need to step down. I don't know if you can.
Oh, what's going on?
I may need him to step down for the witness. I don't know if you can. If I could hand him a laser pointer.
Okay. He needs to, that's fine. As long as we can pick him up on.
I can see that.
Can you see it okay
Yes,
from there?
sir.
I didn't know if you would be able to. All right. Are you okay from?
Yes, sir. I can see that.
This is
And
the
I have it
drawing.
in front of me as well
Okay.
on my screen.
Well, I actually have a map
If you
of it,
would,
a real
kind of
map.
point out,
I'm
I guess,
surprised they're not using a real map.
landmarks that are shown.
That's
there
kind
in
of
the
crazy.
diagram.
Yes, sir. So this top house here is Tommy Boswell's, as it was described to us. This resident here was a mobile home that was described as his mother's. This is the shed that we had information on right there.
Interesting.
That's like a yard barn or an outbuilding. And then here is notated as what we described and what was described as a playhouse.
I don't know what happened.
Hold on a second.
What happened?
It's like it lost your speed.
Why didn't they just use an aerial map?
I think they used just what he drew, his sketches.
Oh.
Yeah, this is
That was-
yeah. Yeah.
I was just like, okay, sorry.
That is not connected.
I've just never seen them.
I was going to say, if you'll just hand me
It's
the.
different if he drew it. I just thought they were.
No,
that's what
he
they were
drew it.
using.
He said it was his drawing, and I thought that it was inside the storage building. I didn't realize it was a separate structure outside.
Yeah. So he led them close to where she was, but not exactly.
They lost the picture.
Wait, well, I'm gonna have to see that again. So, what did you say? Say that again.
I thought that the playhouse was inside the shed, and it was outside the shed behind it, kind of.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I
thought
didn't
it was
realize that.
Yeah.
I thought it was a little playhouse inside the shed. So I didn't understand that correctly.
Gypsy's agreeing with me.
Laptop,
I know. I mean, I understand if it's his evidence, but that was, I was like, okay,
Yeah.
they've got better technology than
It
that.
is
I
kind
hope.
of funny that notebook paper is being used as a, but
Anyway.
As an exhibit.
Anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, it's accurate looking. I mean, I suppose, or they wouldn't be using it.
I know.
Continue.
See how the playhouse is behind the shed?
So yes,
I see.
right here, behind that shed or yard barn, if you will, was a playhouse, and it's noted playhouse ROE. ROE is an acronym for us for recovery of evidence, which was the body of Evelyn Boswell. Up in the right-hand corner is my notes are like a key to this, which indicates the date, our case number, the location, and my signature with the date, notating that I was the one that drew this sketch.
Agent Fairley, you've got the driveway shown through the the middle part of that diagram there, was there any sort of gate or anything that, as far as being able to enter or exit the property?
I recall, I think there was a gate at the bottom from Muddy Creek Road to the driveway.
All right. Okay.
I seriously thought that was the TBI technology, and I was getting scared. I'm not even kidding. That's I was flabbergasted. I'm like, I can go to Google Earth. I really was.
Right.
I really did not realize.
Agent Fraley, you identified an outbuilding that was there on the property. You said that's where you went first.
That's correct.
Okay. And I guess tell us what you found or what you observed when you
Trigger warning.
went to that outbuilding.
What was found there were multiple boxes of belongings of Megan Boswell that contained a variety of items specific to a young child. I recall there were clothing items, diapers, medicines, toys, those kind of things were the most common thing in those boxes.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you 3 photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
And so the first one is the yard barn or shed that was described and depicted in the sketch. The home there to the right was, our understanding, Tommy's mother. The second, that's the first one. The second one is the same yard barn or shed, except in this one it has a picture of the what we were describing as a playhouse behind it. And then the third and final one is a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I just described.
And those photos accurately show how that shed or outbuilding looked when you arrived there on March the 6th, 2020.
Yes, sir, it does.
Right. Judge, we would move to make those the next exhibits, which I think are 7, 8, and 9.
Objection? No, sir. Will be fully fitted. How do you want to display those?
Well, I'll take another
Shot
at trying to use the laptop.
General, which order did you want these pictures marked?
Whatever.
I want them, the way you describe them. First one, the yard barn with the home. Second one's the yard barn with the playhouse behind it. Third one's the close section.
I was going to try to go a little bit faster here for a minute. Get through some of the silence. Oh, they're going to show. Oh,
They're just showing pictures.
I know. I'm just,
So
I'm afraid.
The white is the playhouse, I
Now, see
guess,
this
and the
way,
red
sure.
is the. Is that right?
The way in the picture, it made it look like it was behind it.
What do
But
you
maybe
guys
it is
think?
from the angle that.
Agent Fraley, I'm got up on the screen what's been introduced as Exhibit 7. If you would tell the jury what they're looking at.
So this is the yard barn or shed that I was describing. This was the home that was described to us as Tommy Boswell's mother. And then the items there that you can see with the open door inside of the shed or yard barn.
And those belong to Megan. I'm worried we're not live anymore. Nobody's
Next is,
chatting.
Exhibit 8.
Yes, sir. Again, the yard barn with the door open,
now you can see the
showing
playhouse.
those items
Yeah.
described. And this building here behind the yard barn is what I described and is notated on my sketch as the playhouse where Evelyn's body was recovered.
You know, that's not the way I envisioned it.
Next, Exhibit 9.
Yeah, again, that's just a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I described placed inside there.
All right. Did you participate in, or I guess, what did you all do with the items that were that you saw located in that outbuilding there?
Those were obviously photographed and documented as what they were, processed.
All right. Did you participate in that process, or were you just?
Hold on one second. Trooper's mom was saying that there were orbs all around that house.
There were very bright ones, actually.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think primarily the two inside there actually searching, going through the items was Special Agent David Gratz and Investigator Tracy Arras.
Was that the end of your investigation or what you did there on the property?
No, sir, it was not.
Okay. What did you all do next?
So we continued looking and led us to look inside the playhouse.
Right.
And we searched it.
And what did you find, if anything, upon looking in the playhouse?
There were, once the door was opened, right inside the door, as the opening of the door, was a trash can, like a tall kitchen model, common trash can.
Real quick, guys, I just want to say if this is probably going to get pretty graphic. So if you are bothered by those things, this might be a good time to log off.
Also, W. Smith asked what orbs are.
Oh,
yeah. So if you ever watch Ghost Hunters and that kind of thing, that it's one of the things they look for. Those kind of investigators, and they are those orbs in photography. And there were some very bright, big ones there. So people were mentioning it in the chat. So just kind of interesting. They definitely, they definitely jumped out at it. I mean, there was a really bright white one right in front of it. But that's what they were talking about in the chat there.
It's people believing that is the manifestation of ghosts on film.
Yes.
Yeah, spirit realm.
Yeah, exactly. And they do tend to show up in places where people have passed away. So.
Yeah.
Oh, and Jessica said balls of energy. That's
exactly balls of energy. Perfect.
Yeah, that's the theory on it. It's like you're capturing an energy trail.
Yeah.
And 2 bags of trash beside of it.
Agent Fairley, I'm going to show you a number of photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
Yes, sir. The first one I'm reviewing is a standalone picture of what I described as the playhouse that was by. Okay. The second one is a closer of the playhouse, a closer proximity with the door open. The third picture is the same thing with the door open. Third one is a closer photograph with the door open. It does depict the third one depicts the trash can with the bags of trash, as does the second one depicting the trash can. The first one, the door was closed. The next one depicting an open door with the trash bags and the trash can. The next one, assorted items that were inside the playhouse, and they appeared at that time. They had been there longer than the trash can and trash bags. Again, picture from outside the playhouse looking in where the trash bag or the trash can was. And it's a closer picture that depicts a black trash bag in the top portion of the trash can. The next one is a picture of an area inside the playhouse that had this assorted items there that again appeared to be there for some time with dust and cobwebs on them. Next picture is another picture from right at the doorway. Again, the trash can, the trash bags. Again, another picture of the trash can with the trash bag, the trash bags. There's other items around these. I keep talking about the trash bags and the trash can because they were relevant to us because they looked like they had recently been put there. These other items had dust and cobwebs and looked like they'd been there for years undisturbed.
That's interesting, guys. Take note of that.
The last photograph I have is.
Wait, hold on.
This is my.
Did you guys hear that? Say it.
Yeah. So he said to them, it appeared that the trash can and bags had been recently placed, as opposed to the toys and such that had gathered dust already.
Well, is that how maybe the father realized something weird was going on?
I don't know.
Something just flew in my eye.
That is odd.
That's interesting. So we'll have to see what kind of movement they're going to allege here later. So may have moved her from place to place.
Yeah. Okay. This is an interesting comment by Jessica.
Jessica says, watching this more and more, I wholeheartedly believe Sebastian isn't missing or ran away or wasn't abducted, in my opinion. Only one he's missing to is Seth, and everyone else but CP and KP knows everything.
I definitely think that's possible for sure.
Yeah.
And Women's Warrior had a comment as well.
Okay, well, have a brainstorming session ideas, what you feel might be necessary and or useful. And if you are up for it, we can look at what we can do to change things maybe. If you're not following the conversation in the chat, they're talking about mothers in these kind of situations where they're not, for whatever reason, they're not ready or able to be the proper mom to their children, and overcoming the stigmas of putting them up for adoption or having others care for them. It's
they have the place where you can drop off babies, the fire stations and the different safe places, but they don't really have places you can drop off older kids. There's a certain age limit on it.
It doesn't overcome the stigma though. So
True.
like if you're the mom and you have a child that's however many months old and you just go and put them up, everyone in your support system, everyone in your life is going to be, what happened to the baby? Well, I put her up for adoption. There's going to be judgment and all of that.
True.
It's a complicated problem.
It is.
Okay. I'm going to go back.
Actually, I'm going to run to the restroom while you play it.
I don't know if you're going to want to miss this part. Do you want us to just chat for a minute?
No, just go ahead. Go ahead. You're right.
Well, look at wannabe sleuth and something.
I had to Google the difference between a cobweb and spider web. Apparently, a cobweb is an abandoned web, a spiderless web.
You know what?
I did not know that. I thought they were interchangeable words.
Go ahead and go to the restroom because if it's crazy, we'll just rewind it.
You can play it anyway. It doesn't matter. Go catch me up.
My hand in the picture. It's pulling back. It's over the trash can with what appeared to be a leg and a foot of a baby or a baby doll. It appeared at the time. with the fleece blanket and the purple onesie, the clothing that had been described to us by Megan Boswell.
When you made the observation that you made in the last, you described in the last photograph, did you do anything else with the trash can prior to the medical examiner's office?
No, sir. At that time, we didn't. We stopped what we were doing. We'd found we'd found Evelyn, and we made phone calls. We had called the DA's office, advising them that we'd found her. We've called our chain of command, our supervisors, and the medical examiner's office, along with forensic pathology out of Johnson City, and waited till all those personnel arrived.
Okay. And Agent Fraley, the photographs that you just described and identified, do they truly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it inside the Playhouse on March the 6th of 2020?
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, we would move to introduce those as
I had it on there for you.
Starts with 10.
I don't know, Troopers, Mom, if you saw our video, but we do drive over to beach storage, and we took some video of the cameras on one of, I don't remember, it was a long time ago, but we have a video that we show that.
Well, if they take cadaver dogs and that kind of thing, apparently they can miss it.
They said publish those to the.
Wait, hold on.
Jury.
Well, they said these cadaver dogs went right by this Playhouse. So even within that close proximity, they could miss.
Start with Exhibit 10.
Yes, sir.
You would describe what the jury's looking at.
That's a Playhouse that was located behind the yard barn.
Oh my.
And
I know.
If we're looking at it that way, the outbuilding would be where?
The outbuilding yard barn shed, as described, would be to the left, out of the picture, back this way from the yard barn or from the Playhouse.
All right. And the door, as we're looking at it, that door was closed when you arrived.
Yes, sir. That's how we found it.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 11.
Same Playhouse with the door open. And if you look inside the door right here, this white trash can, this is a trash can that I was describing as I was reviewing the photographs.
As you opened the door, was anything disturbed or moved, or did anything shift?
No, sir. Nothing fell out onto you. As you can see, there's a front porch there. It was opened, and it is as it's seen. Obviously, trash cans kind of tilted the way it is there, and the other items throughout the Playhouse.
So the only difference between the prior photograph we looked at and this one is that you all have opened the door so that you could see inside. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 12.
Same, obviously, Playhouse, just from a different angle. You can see the trash can there on the left, and those two, you can see the main portion of one bag and partial portion, excuse me, of a second trash bag, two white trash bags there. Obviously, other items, the blue tote, the brown piece of furniture, and other items there.
Now we're looking at Exhibit 13.
Again, there at the Playhouse, just a closer angle or closer photograph right inside the door.
You mentioned earlier that you could.
It's true, Jessica.
It appeared to you that some of the items had been there for quite a while, and that some of them did not.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything in that photograph that indicates that to you, or that you can see?
Yes, sir. So the trash can and the two bags appeared to me that they had been placed there recently. The other
trash can still got a sticker on it.
So those other things, these right here, that cardboard box, these items back here on the shelf, they just look dated and like they'd been undisturbed for quite some time because, again, they had dust and cobwebs located throughout the playhouse, except for that portion right there, right at the front door.
The DPR.
Yes, brown-eyed girls. They did. They are not doing the death penalty in this case. They are going for life. So that's correct. I'm sorry. I notice weird things, but the trash can looks brand new. It's got a sticker on it.
Yeah, but stickers, it will stay on there until you take them off.
I know, but when you look at it, it looks, I mean,
it does look newer, but also I don't think the tote looks that old either.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. Sorry.
The
tote right here.
Blue tote. It doesn't look that old.
Yeah. No, it looks, yeah, you would think it would be faded.
Mm-hmm.
And
it looks just like they
obviously have 14.
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at
Same
there?
thing. That's right inside the playhouse to the right. If you just stuck your head into the playhouse from the doorway, this would be to the right. And again, these items you can see specifically on this bag here. Well, a lot of these things, it's just dust covered, indicating to me that it had been there a while.
Agent Fairley, are we actually, if you're looking at the lower right-hand corner of the photograph, is that the door frame right
This
there?
is the right-hand door frame with the clasp for a lock. So yeah, again, like I said, if you were standing outside, just peering inside, that's kind of the angle or the view that's depicted in this photograph.
that green thing's weird.
All right. Now showing you exhibit 15.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. The trash can again, this is taken from outside the doorway. This is me here. So the photograph depicts me, and then inside here, and the trash can with the black trash bag unraveled at that point.
Had the trash bag been pulled up out of the trash can, or was that
Just kind of like the top was opened?
All right.
The trash bag remained in the trash can, but the top was opened.
Now showing you exhibit 16.
Again, looking inside, it was a very small playhouse. I don't recall the dimensions, but maybe 10 by 10, 12 by 12, a small floor plan with that. And then those were steps leading up to like a little loft inside that playhouse. Again,
this is exhibit 17. Sorry,
yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Again, just another photograph of the trash can and the two bags. There's a keyboard there, a piece of furniture. Again, the blue tote. Just multiple pictures of kind of like the same thing, same angle, same point of view. Just multiple pictures of that. Again, the trash can again.
This is exhibit 18.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Again, the trash can with the black trash bag inside the trash can, blue tote, other items there inside the playhouse.
Agent Fairley, there appears to be something on the inside of the white trash can. Were you able to?
Right there. Right there.
Okay. What is that we're seeing or looking at?
I can't see clearly what that is. I don't know if there's another piece of trash bag.
Okay. And exhibit 19.
Again, after this was that black trash bag portion had been pulled away, this was the next layer down inside the trash can, which contained Evelyn Boswell's body, clothed in a pink fleece onesie with penguins and a gray and white fleece blanket.
All right.
The portion of the body that you see there is her leg.
Okay. Did you in any way disturb or move or do anything with the contents of the trash can?
No, the glove in the top portion of that is my hand. Pulling that back to confirm and take a photograph. That was the only thing we disturbed,
Okay.
if you will.
All right.
To take the photograph, and then at that point we stopped, and then made the appropriate phone calls to the medical examiner, forensic pathologist, our chain of command, and the DA's office.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So what happened after you made those phone calls as far as the investigation was concerned?
So after that, like I said, all these people arrive, and our concern is to process the evidence. We did so at the direction of the forensic pathologist. And so what decision was made was on that front porch of that playhouse, which was just right outside the doorway, was to place a body bag there on the front porch. Open, they unzip and they open. So we placed a body bag there, and I brought the trash can out, and we started removing the contents of the trash can onto the body bag that was opened.
All right. And did you participate in that process with folks from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir. It was Laura Parsons, who works with the forensic pathology, and Dr. Matrina Schmidt, who is the forensic pathologist there.
And so you actually helped them and assisted them in removing the body from the trash can?
Yes, sir. Like I said, the body bag was there, and I removed the contents and the body of Evelyn Boswell onto the body bag where we could start processing what was inside the trash can, which additional evidence was in addition to the body of Evelyn.
And was this whole entire process photographed?
Yes, sir, it was.
Crocodile. I thought she was crying at first. I don't know. What do you all think? Is she acting appalled so the jury sees her appalled, or is she?
She's probably reliving what happened.
Right. That's what I'm asking.
Just going through this would be emotional anyway.
Well, I mean, I'm barely keeping my eyes clear, and I already know the condition, you know.
That little playhouse.
That hit me.
It's like because who was it? Her grandfather that built it? Her
No,
great grandfather.
Her father, I thought, built it for her.
Megan's father did.
Yes.
Because you can see what care and love was put into that. You know, the little stairs and the loft, and and then you just have such a nightmare happen in the place where she, probably played with her dolls and had called, it's just, I don't know. It is really, it's like a nightmare.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to hand you some photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
The first one is, as I just described, the body bag that's unzipped and placed on the front porch on top of paper. I think it was butcher paper we rolled out, but the first one is me removing the contents of the trash can, which included Evelyn's body. That's my arm in the top portion of that photograph. The second one continues that bag and the contents, Evelyn's body, being removed onto the body bag. The third one, the bag is out of the trash can at that point, and placed onto the body bag. the same contents, different angle, but it now has a evidence marker number 4 beside that. The trash bag and contents. Your Honor, if I need to slow down, I will. The next picture is the trash bag with me pulling back the trash bag, showing what's inside. That depicts a gray and white fleece blanket, and you can see where my hand is. It's a gloved hand. There's some aluminum foil there. Evidence marker number 4. Again, a wide angle of the same thing. Once the trash bag has been removed, it's my hand there in the picture.
Hold on one second. Wannabe Sleuth and something says, I feel like a weirdo, but forensic interests me. How is her body still so sturdy looking? Is that what he said? Sturdy? Did he say sturdy?
You could see her leg in the picture.
Yeah, I saw her leg. I don't think
you were looking away when that.
Oh, well, I'm glad I was looking away. Sorry, yeah. I did not see that.
Yeah, when they show the top of the trash can, you can see.
Yeah, you could see her leg, but it wasn't easy. It almost looked like a doll leg.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It was just a pink skin.
Okay, sorry. I don't know. I'm glad I didn't see that because you know how I am. I like to protect my brain.
Is that why someone was asking if it was cold?
I'll also Wannabe Sleuth and something was asking if it was cold, but the baby had been in there for months.
Well, since December, so you've got colder months, so it isn't going to decompose at a rate that would be like in the hotter months.
Right.
They're over in East Tennessee, which is more mountainous anyway, so colder than
Northeast Tennessee. Yeah. So yeah.
Right. So you're talking the cold months. So
in the mountains.
That also could be why they didn't mention any kind of smells. That could be why there was a lack of smell because the decomposition was slower.
Okay. Sorry, I just had to.
It shows.
I missed that. So
the body of Evelyn Boswell that's underneath these layers of items that includes aluminum foil and the gray and white fleece blanket. You can also see some portion of the clothing. Evelyn was wearing the pink onesie fleece with the penguins. The next photograph is an opening of the trash bag that Evelyn was inside of that shows different items in the bottom of that trash bag, eggshells, fluids of human decomposition, and other items. That's my hand in the top, my foot in the top portion of that photograph. The next photograph is again the same trash bag with the contents that I just described, with the body of Evelyn to the right of that. That's going to be her head and upper portion of her body that's wrapped in this aluminum foil. The next photograph is just the body, again in the same state with the aluminum foil, the blanket, the onesie. However, in this one with some body fluids that have come out onto the body bag, but there are also some pupa, that is insects, basically in between a larvae stage and an adult stage that were inside the bag as well. That's common with human decomposition. Next picture, same description, same things with that evidence marker number 4. Next picture, different angle, same description, the body of Evelyn, the aluminum foil, the purple onesie with penguins clothing, evidence marker with the insects there. The next picture, we start removing the layers at the direction of the forensic pathologist, the doctor. And this next picture is us removing the aluminum foil that was wrapped tightly around the head of Evelyn. And this is shows my hands and Laura Parsons' hands, who works there at the forensic pathologist office. Next picture, same thing. We're continuing to remove the aluminum foil from her head. So this is the first picture that shows the head of Evelyn and her upper torso, and her head is in a backward position, situated abnormally, where the body had been shoved, that we believe down into the bottom of the trash can. Next picture is same picture, body of Evelyn with the aluminum foil removed, showing advanced decomposition, some body fluids there lying on the body bag. The next picture is a same picture, the body of Evelyn wrapped in this this fleece blanket with the purple onesie, just a different angle on the body bag. Next picture, same thing, a different angle. And then the next picture is where, again, is describing how we're processing this, is removing it a layer at a time. So this is a picture depicting the first part of removing the fleece blanket from Evelyn's body. And then the next picture, it's a black and white photograph with the fleece blanket removed and just showing the body of Evelyn. Advanced decomposition. Again, the pupa there, which was numerous of the insect activity. And then a color photograph, the last photograph, same picture of Evelyn's body and the pink fleece onesie there on the body bag with human bodily fluids around her head area.
Agent Fraley, the photos that you just described, are they a true and accurate depiction of the process that you all went through
Yes, sir.
that night in removing Evelyn's body from the trash can?
Yes, sir, in the different stages of removing layers.
Judge, we would move to make those full exhibits this time.
Oh, Judge.
This first one, 20.
First was 20. I don't know what anything is.
Yeah, I can't imagine doing this job.
Hi, Grandma Chachi. Welcome in. I know you were here earlier, but we had all the weirdness with the stream. So thank you.
Be more serious things.
Yes. Well, yes. Yes.
Yeah, he's very disturbed by this, reliving it. You can
I'm
see
sure.
It. You can see
You have to be able to flip a switch, and it's so hard. I can't imagine.
Even though they see a lot over time, I would think that the little kids like this is you can't even get. I don't think you could ever get to a point where you were numb to that.
Right. Well, and I'm sure they want to see justice for this child just as much.
Oh, you can see it on his face.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. That's the thing.
You can't even look over at Megan. Look at him.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't do it either, to be honest. Why would you?
Well, we haven't seen all the evidence yet, so
I know.
there very well could have been more than just her involved in what happened.
There's some things I don't think the defense is even going to dispute, though. It doesn't look like they're going to dispute the cover-up part.
Yeah, I think you're right, but I think they're going to implicate others.
Yeah, and I think they're just going to dispute that the charges are not accurate.
Yeah.
Not that Not that there weren't bad things done, but that she's not
Judge,
being
I'll
charged
ask this
appropriately.
time to publish those to the jury. I'll start with Exhibit 20. Agent Fraley, if you would describe for the jurors what they're seeing in this photograph.
So this is after we removed the trash can from inside the playhouse. Like I said, this is my arm, and it's the first stage of removing the contents of that trash can that included the body of Evelyn. Next picture
Now
is
looking at 21.
okay. This next picture is again the continuing process where the bag is almost removed from the trash can that contained the same items. That's my hand there.
I'm glad Court TV's covering
the top portion of that. Laura Parsons' hand here, who's from the forensic pathologist department.
Megan has this right in front of her on a computer screen too. If you could see that before they cut away.
22.
So she's looking right at it.
Again, my hand and arm here with the contents of what was inside the trash can.
That's wonderful.
Same contents. The bag with containing Evelyn's body.
Yeah.
I can't do that. I'd say, yeah. That's wonderful.
23.
This is the bag removed and placed. This is the body bag I explained with the evidence marker with me here in the background.
Diane, yes. That's what
it
sounds like.
The bag has been completely removed from the trash can.
Yes, sir, it has.
Now showing you Exhibit 24.
Yes, sir. That's my hand there, starting to remove or peel back that trash can or trash bag, and the first portion of removing that layer that shows again the fleece, the gray and white fleece blanket, and then over here you start to see the aluminum foil that had covered Evelyn's head.
All right. So just so the jury is orientated as far as the photograph is concerned, Evelyn's head, as you all found it, is in the left. As we're looking at the photograph on the left side.
As we're looking at this photograph, her head would be right underneath where my hand is, covered in this aluminum foil. It's still inside the bag at this point.
Now looking at Exhibit 25.
This is just the first photograph of Evelyn's body outside the trash bag. The trash bag has now been fully separated from Evelyn's body. Again, the evidence marker number 4. This is my hand here removing and holding the bag. This would be her head on this side of the photograph with her feet on this side of the photograph. Again, as I've described earlier, the head was wrapped in this aluminum foil.
All right. And just so we're clear for the record, when you're describing the head, that's as we're looking at the photograph, that's on the left side.
Yes, sir, on the left. If you can see that pointer, that's where that's at, but facing that that photograph, the head's on the left-hand side, the feet on the right-hand side.
Diane, I think that's what they're going to allege, yes. But we haven't really heard them lay that out specifically. But yeah, it looks like that they're going to allege she did all this alone. I'm really glad they're not showing these images.
I wonder on Channel 5, the local station, if they're actually showing them.
Well, he was flipping those pictures, and for a little while you were seeing the foil and everything. So, and then they put a black bar across. I think once they realized that was happening, because as he was going through them, he was flipping them. But you'd have to zoom in and all that. There's no reason for us to see that.
Yeah, thank you, PJ, for the disclaimer on there.
Yeah, he looks absolutely haunted.
Yeah, and someone said you can tell his eyes are trying to avoid looking at her. I agree.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've got the blue screen, but I don't know if it's. To me, it's
You know, because he's probably talked with her several times. So he, you know, it's not like he doesn't know her.
You should see what I'm seeing on Facebook. That wonderful
Yeah, I don't know if drugs are going to come up or not. It might. We've heard rumors about that being a part of the story. Just don't know if that'll be used as a defense or not.
I'm just going to use the elbow, Judge.
Yeah, for sure. Kelsey says, I think you have to be twisted in the first place for drugs to push you to wrap your baby up alive.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's one of the questions I have about this is, was she actually alive when that happened, or is this part of her trying to hide the body
This is
after?
25, Judge.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure.
It sounds like that they were going to have two different.
Got disconnected, Agent Fairley. You were describing, looking at the photograph. Evelyn's head is to the left where the foil is that correct?
That's correct. Looking as we're seeing it, the left here, this foil is her head, and down near the item marker number 4 is her feet.
And exhibit 26.
Yes, sir. My hand here. Another set of hands, Laura Parsons here. It's looking down into the trash bag that that Evelyn's body was pushed down into, and like I said, there is just assorted trash, eggshells, human decomposition fluids, and then on the right hand portion in the lower section here is that aluminum foil and the blanket with the body of Evelyn right there.
And that's right after you all had removed the body from the trash bag.
Yes, sir.
Now showing you exhibit 27.
Again, a similar depiction of the last photograph, just it's a wider angle that's kind of showing the aluminum foil that's full, kind of formed around her head with the rest of her body there down to probably about her upper torso. Again, here talked about the aluminum foil head again, the rest of the body. Right here's what I'm describing as the insect activity of mid stages of pupa. That is basically in between the larvae section and the adult section of the insect, typical as flies.
Now looking at exhibit 29.
Again, just a different angle of Evelyn's body that's underneath these layers of aluminum foil, fleece blanket, down to her clothing, the purple fleece onesie with the penguins. And
at this point in time, you all have not removed any of the items from the body. Is that correct?
no, sir. No. Again, what we tried to do at the direction of the medical examiner and forensic pathologist was remove these in layers. As you see, that's each picture's best we could do is a layer, taking it through the trash can to the trash bag to the aluminum foil to the fleece blanket down to the purple onesie.
Now looking at Exhibit 30.
Again, this is kind of just stepping overhead, looking down. Same photograph, Evelyn's body with the full and the fleece blanket and the evidence marker number 4.
Now Exhibit 31.
That's the first. Again, as I've described, taking this by layers. So this is us removing the aluminum foil from Evelyn's head.
And if you would, describe for the jury the processing. Was this a difficult process? Was it easy? How was the foil attached?
The foil was attached. It was compressed. It never occurred to me that when the body of Evelyn was placed or forced or shoved into this trash can, that this was a piece of foil that was just kind of put on there. This appeared to me to be formed around her head with the contours of the face, the eye sockets, how they're concave. This was formed. It wasn't just happened to be there and the body of Evelyn placed there and it just happened to meet up. It was formed.
So did it take you all a while to remove the foil from the body?
Not long, no. Like I said, once we got there, we Laura Parsons and I separated the layers, as you can see depicting in these photographs. And that's as far as we went. Once we got I think the next one will be the fleece blanket. But once we got to the body of Evelyn and her clothing, which was this purple fleece onesie with penguins on it, we stopped, and I'll continue at that point.
All right, I'm going to show you Exhibit 32.
Right. Again, this is just the next step, continuing to removing that foil from Evelyn's head.
Okay. And at this point, it looks like you all have essentially removed all the foil.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. It's off of the head and being pulled away by Laura Parsons.
Oh, excuse me. Bless you.
Bless you.
Now I'm going to show you 33.
Okay. Now this is a photograph of where we're at with the processing with the aluminum foil removed from her head. So this is her body with the next layer, which would have been that gray and white fleece blanket. Again, what I described earlier, this here appeared to us to be this fluid here was just bodily fluids of human, consistent with human decomposition.
It's somewhat kind of tough to tell because the way it's faced there, but is the blanket up there, is that around the head as well?
So the head is here. This is her right arm. She would be facing to the top portion of this picture, but her head was in a manner that it was backwards. It wasn't normal as I'm sitting here or you're sitting here. It was backwards, and that's hard to depict here, but her body in this photograph is facing to the top of the photograph with her head tilted backwards toward the bottom of the photograph. That's her right hand right there. That dark portion out of that fleece, that purple fleece onesie, and the color is very dark because of the advanced stages of human decomposition.
Now showing you Exhibit 34.
So again, this is the same stage in that, where this is on the other side of the body, this being the head, this being the hand I just described, the pink, purple onesie with penguins, and the gray and white fleece blanket.
All right. And again, from this angle, are we looking at the blanket there pulled up around the head?
Yes, sir. It's covering like it had been pulled up and over the head. So that is the head on the right-hand side of this photograph with the feet on the left-hand side of this photograph.
Now showing you Exhibit 35.
This is, again, same Evelyn's head on the left this time. Her body facing to the top of this photograph and starting to remove the gray and white fleece blanket from her body. This is her leg down here. That's like the foot in a onesie that has those treads so they have traction when they walk. So that's going to be her right foot and right leg on that.
And now showing you Exhibit 36.
Again, that's
Here's somebody crying in the courtroom.
Next picture of the removal from the
I said, did you hear somebody crying in the courtroom?
Yes.
of the fleece blanket, the gray and white fleece blanket with her body there. And you see, again, that's
terrible.
It's going to be her right arm there.
If she did it,
And her
she
right
does
hand
deserve
right
seeing it.
there.
Wait a second. I'll wait. I can't hear you.
Yeah.
What did you say?
I said, if she did this truly, she does deserve to see everything.
She should.
She
Relive
should
every
have
minute.
to face every bit of it. If
Do
she
we
did.
do we think that's her crying in the courtroom or someone else? Because I don't think it's her.
Oh, I bet it's her.
I bet it's her too.
Now showing you Exhibit 37.
Yes, sir. This is a black and white photo, obviously. Her facing the top of the photograph. This is her right hand. Again, even though it's black and white, it's the consistent with the pictures you saw on the purple fleece onesie with the penguins. And this is her head to the right side of this picture.
Diane, that's an interesting
As
thought there.
As we're looking at that onesie, had it been disturbed, or does that show the onesie as you all?
That's as we finally removed the fleece blanket. That's the next layer as we found it.
Okay, so the onesie was open.
Yes.
Would it be sleep in something? Asphyxiation is what they determined was the cause.
Now I'm going to show you exhibit number 38.
Again, this is the body of Evelyn. That's her head. There's her legs and feet. There's her right hand there on that body bag.
I want to pause this for a second. Diane says she probably relives it every night when she closes her eyes. I'm sickened thinking about it. You showed her interviews chuckling and smirking, pure evil. And that is actually what got me very interested in this case in the first place, is how she, I don't know, all the stories she told. Can you help me, Mystery?
About her lies?
Yeah, just the way she acted in her interviews and the things that she said and how she carried herself. That's what got me initially interested in all of this. Knowing what had happened to that poor child. And so I don't know how to explain it. There's just something that's vacant, I guess is a good way to put it, about.
Oh yeah, she's so detached in those interviews, and the laughing, the smiling, the
right.
I'm not sure, you know, her crying. I mean, you know, who knows, but I don't think you can. I'm a rehabilitation kind of person, but I don't think people that are capable of this can be rehabilitated and put back in society.
Well, and there's a whole nother layer that we're not even addressing. We're addressing her and the crime she's done, but she is the way she is because of the way she was raised. And I would say the lack of parenting or good parenting played into a lot of her behaviors and what she's done. And she's not, you know, it's just apple doesn't fall far from the tree in that respect. She has probably been treated negligently. She has probably been exposed to it. Doesn't mean that she's not accountable, but this is a deep situation. Nobody that is raised in a happy home would go into a child and love a child and treat a child well, and then all of a sudden just in them. It just doesn't work that way. She obviously did not have the skills or the resources to deal with what was going on around her.
Yeah.
And Jessica, we actually did a live on Sunday night and went over all of the different, went over the charges and kind of went into detail about the case. If you're interested in it, it goes over basically the people you're going to hear about, and it goes over baby Evelyn. So if you're interested in that.
Yeah, go back and watch that after you've watched today, because it'll give you the background before this case started today.
It gets, there's a lot of insight. So,
yeah.
But we're learning a lot here. A lot of this was not known to the public.
Right. Right. We're making notes on that. But I just want to say, this poor guy, I feel terrible for him.
Well, and if those people that are just joining us, he is the first witness that they are questioning, and he is the detective that led the case. So in case you're just catching up or wondering what's going on, you've not seen or heard from anyone but him so far.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I kind of agree with Diane here.
And I see your point, yes, but I just think that there's a lot of layers to her behaviors and the way she has reacted to this situation.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to have, of all of the people in her family who have backgrounds and arrests and criminal records and all this stuff, she is by far the worst.
Yeah, they all have violence. I mean, there's a lot of violence in her family.
Well, I mean, and for her to even just pin it on her mother, and her mother probably had absolutely nothing to do with this. I mean, that right there shows you some kind of breakdown in the family. Anybody that would want to pin a child's disappearance on their own parent just to get out of it and make up lies.
Well,
that right there.
She's very childlike in a lot of ways herself.
Yes. The lies are indicative of that. It's like a little kid trying to get out of trouble by making up stories.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is what I was kind of getting at. I am with you. I believe most people can change. However, some personality types cannot change. They have no empathy. That's not something that you can get back. This is another level. Even in CA, this is evil.
Absolutely.
That's kind of what I mean. I mean, generally, I'm for second chances. I'm for rehabilitation. Even when people commit some very serious crimes, I think that a lot of times people can be, you can serve your time and come back to society and be productive and good and all that. But to do this with the foil and the trash can and to have that to be able to be capable of being that detached from what I don't think you come back from that.
And all the steps that it took to get to that point.
Yeah.
I mean, at any time could have stopped.
Yeah.
At any time.
That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
And I generally lean toward not over prosecuting, or I generally lean toward rehabilitation. This is not one where I feel this way.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Oh, that's a good point, Gypsy. You want to read it?
When she did those interviews, she was thinking of the baby Evelyn alive, and that was in her mind, seeing what Evelyn's body looks like as it decomposed, ravaged the body.
Yeah.
In my opinion. Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, I think that's probably true.
I think she also was telling herself that's what happened. She was creating this story, and that's where the lies came from. She's creating this vivid story of what happened and where she's at and that she's okay. I mean, it is a very psychopathic mental state that she's in.
Yeah, it's like she did it and then tried to put the baby away and then go on with her life like it never happened. Like she was trying to separate reality and just compartmentalize and live her fictional life.
Right.
That is what it looks like.
Heather, thank you. She says Sunday's Love is a huge help in this today. Well, thank you. That's what we were hoping for. I wanted to try to explain it to all of them, and I think it does help because you kind of have to know who is involved here. So, and then Hope in the Shadows, I completely agree. Completely agree.
Yes, it does.
It does. It very well does.
All right, I'm going to keep going. I do need to ask Mr. E at some point if he wants me to go get him or make him lunch. So
I don't know. Let's just keep going. I'm okay.
Okay, cool.
If we can, I'd like to go back. I'm going to show you Exhibit 37 again.
Okay.
I don't know if it's
The black and white photograph.
black and white photograph. Which is, as we're looking at the photograph, where is Evelyn's face?
So this is her head on the right-hand side of this photograph. Her body is facing to the top of the photograph, so her face would be right in here on the back side of, kind of looking at the back of her head. Again, it's advanced decomposition.
And the fact that there was advanced decomposition, did that affect your all's ability to be able to, or how you were able to process the scene there?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, in conference and at the direction, the medical examiner, the team from forensic center there. Once we got to this last picture of where we were at, the call was made, hey, we're going to stop here. We'll seal her body in the body bag, transport her to the forensic center for an autopsy at that point. And we continued processing the scene there for collecting the items. And we took those items to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, just where we had better lighting, better environment to log and process evidence items that were also discovered.
You're going to go from one set of photos to another set of photos?
Yes.
Just leave that there.
Okay.
Because when you put it down, the electronic disconnects from the system. You're right. It'll be delayed.
Agent Fraley, you described the process of, I guess, taking the other items, the trash bags that you recovered from there, removing them from the scene and then taking them to the sheriff's office. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a series. So I believe it's 6 photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
This first photograph is a picture looking over the top of the trash can, looking down in it. And the bottom of that, the most notable item is a Martha White chocolate chip wrapper with other items.
Was that the trash can the body was found in?
Yes, sir, it was. The next one is a photograph of the trash can with Evelyn still in it at this time. This was an earlier photograph taken prior to the removal of Evelyn and the trash can. What's important and noted here is a piece of chewing gum that is attached to the inside wall of the trash can. The next photograph is after I removed the trash can and the trash bags from inside the playhouse and just set them out on the porch of the playhouse prior to going through the pictures we just looked at, processing the removal of the layers leading to the body of Evelyn. Just another picture, trash can. Evelyn still remains in there. You also see the chewing gum on the inside wall of trash can there, and the other bags of trash. This next one is the 2 bags of trash that was removed from the playhouse with the trash can. Another angle of those 2 bags of trash that was removed from the playhouse there on the front porch of the playhouse.
So were there any other items besides those 2 bags of trash and the trash can that were taken out of the playhouse?
Not that I recall. It was all the trash bags and what remaining contents of the trash can.
Okay. The 6 photos that you just described and identified, do they true and accurately depict those items as you found them on March the 6th, 2020?
Yes, sir, they do.
Judge, we would move to introduce those, I believe, exhibits 39 through 44.
Go, Judge. Before exhibits 31.
Not asked to publish those to the jury at this time, Judge. Agent Fraley, we're going to start with exhibit 39.
Yes, sir. Again, top view looking down into the trash can. And like I said, the most notable thing that's descriptive is a Martha White chocolate chip cookie bag.
Anything else in the trash can besides the?
We couldn't hear you. You were muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been talking the way to everybody. I said, to answer Gypsy, the DA said in the opening statement that Ethan was not the father of Evelyn. They have not revealed who is. And I was saying that they said that there was trash in with Evelyn, eggshells, things like that. I think they're describing some of the trash right now. I was just kind of giving an update to everybody that came in. And I also wanted to have,
a Martha White cookie bag and eggshells they've mentioned.
And also, I see a YouTuber, welcome in, and
we saw several people from Betty's live have come over. Real Me Too, and several people said that she said hello. Carol loves embroidery and crime.
And Dina Downey, and you all please let Betty know we appreciate her sending everybody over. She's the sweetest. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Romy, too. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and start it back up.
That on the bottom, is that?
I mean, there's.
Is that what was found when you removed the trash bag?
Yes, we removed the body of the trash bag that contained the body. This was in the bottom of that.
Now showing you exhibit 40.
Yes, again, a top view again of the trash can that shows the fleece blanket and chewing gum there on the inside wall of the trash can.
And if you would just kind of point out or use the laser pointer to show what.
Yeah, so this right here, it's a piece of chewing gum that was removed, collected as evidence, and sent to our crime lab. And again, there's that fleece blanket that we've been going through earlier.
All right. So that was taken before the body was removed from the.
Yes, sir.
Now showing you exhibit 41.
Again, this was prior to processing. This was just simply removing those items. That includes the trash can and these 2 trash bags from inside the playhouse. That's prior to laying out the body bag and removing the trash bag with Evelyn's body onto this front porch. But this is where all of that was processed in the field prior to transporting Evelyn to the Forensic Center for autopsy, and prior to collecting, processing, bagging, and packaging the other items to go to our TBI lab for analysis. Again, same.
Exhibit 42.
Yes, sir. Same picture, or same items, just different angle. 2 trash bags, trash can.
This is not where the foot is it?
And again, that was taken before.
No.
Okay, I don't want to
Yes,
see
sir.
that.
It was just a still photo.
Okay, I don't want to see that.
Well, and it says the
43.
court TV won't show it.
Just the 2 trash bags with the trash can out of the view of this particular photograph.
And finally, exhibit 44.
Again, just a different angle of those 2 trash bags without the trash can in that photograph. And both of those are, like I said, we're on the front porch of the playhouse.
And those 2 trash bags, you all, when I say you all, I mean law enforcement took them and inventoried what was in there.
Yes, sir.
Later on, is that correct?
Yes, and any evidence that was collected that we believe to be probative was sent to our lab for examination.
Click on it.
Agent Fraley, I know you did and you've described a number of different things that you did in the course of this investigation. Did you personally interview Ms. Boswell during this whole process?
Yes, sir, I did.
And in the course of your interviews with her, at some point in time, did she make a statement to you in which she finally admitted that Evelyn, in fact, was not missing, but was in fact dead?
Yes, sir. On February 25th, at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Jonathan Licklauder and I interviewed Megan.
Okay. And at that time, she told you all that, in fact, Megan was deceased. Is that
Yes,
right?
she,
Okay.
that among other things as well.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
During that interview, did she describe or give any description of the clothing that Evelyn was wearing?
She did. Described a purple fleece onesie with penguins on it that she was clothed in.
Okay. Did she describe anything else that was with the body or with Evelyn?
Yes, she had stated she had wrapped her in a dark fleece blanket.
And how did you, I know we've seen pictures, but how did you find Evelyn? What was she wearing and what was
Those
she wrapped in?
exactly what Megan had described to us for the clothing and the blanket.
All right. Thank you, Agent Fraley. If you
Yes,
would
sir.
answer any questions, Mr. Scott or Mr. Bond.
Jury's lunch is here, so we're going to break. We'll be back about 1:15. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you go with the court officer.
I'll stand, please.
Okay. And it's funny because it's taken us this long to get here and they're getting ready to come back. So
Right. So it's kind of like when you watch a football game and record it, it's almost better to catch up to the everything. You don't have the
I
delay.
prefer when you do that because that way I don't have to have the football on
Right.
all the time.
That's true. So if I think some of you are just now joining us, I saw some of you were over on Bullhorn Betty's. So welcome into all of you, and thank you to Bullhorn Betty for mentioning us. But so if you're joining us here a little bit late, what we've heard so far this morning was the opening statements from the prosecution and defense. Prosecution is about what you would think.
I've also got information of the witness that.
Are we back already?
I'm not sure what this is.
What is going on?
You want me to bring him in and give him a
It
bond?
says live court is on lunch break.
Are they just replaying this?
I would prefer that. I also
I don't know.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
this-
that's what's going on.
instruct him to
That's what's
talk
going
to
on.
us before.
Okay. So
but they are supposed to be back right now, right?
Yeah, I'm skipping ahead.
anyway, the prosecution laid out this morning their whole argument. They went through all of the different because we didn't know exactly what all these false statements were going to be. Most of them were about last time she'd seen Evelyn, the story she told about her mother that ended up being untrue. We learned this morning that the Ethan, who the 19-year-old military
Ethan Perry.
Perry,
Mhm.
yes, that he actually is not the biological father of this child that was that was revealed to us this morning in the statements. Also learned that the last confirmed sighting of Evelyn was December 6th.
So Ethan Perry, right here, guys. Ethan Perry is not, according to the DA, is not the father of baby Evelyn, which is what we've all been told.
Yes.
Well, and she said she looked like the dad. Her face structure is nothing like the dad.
No.
Supposed dad. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that she would know that and still perpetuate that. It's just all goes into the deceptive nature of this woman.
Mm-hmm.
The defense, we got a little bit of insight into what that's going to be, and it looks like what they're going to try to do is say that the charges are not the accurate charges and that they actually kind of contradict themselves. Is it premeditated, or was it accidental, or they're kind of charged. They have.
I can go to the charges and pull them up.
They do kind of contradict themselves, and
okay, there's
and
the charges.
It's almost like what the defense is going to argue is that they're charging her with everything and seeing what sticks, because they don't have a coherent theory as to what happened at this point. That's the kind of defense that he seems like he's laying out. Then technicalities on this false reporting, and then the latter half of his opening statement was largely playing to the sympathy of a young mother caught in a desperate situation. What would you do at 18 years old? And that kind of going for that sympathy of her age and youthfulness, and just being scared and not knowing what to do once whatever happened to Evelyn occurred. So that's kind of the angle it looks like he's going for. I don't know if they're going to try to actually blame another family member as Evelyn did in those television interviews. I guess we'll have to wait and see on that. Does that kind of summarize?
No, that was great. That was great. I'll tell you what I was most interested in is we got to hear how TBI reacts to an Amber Alert.
Yes. So that was great. What they had said was that in a situation like this, there's very specific criteria to get that Amber Alert,
right?
Which we've had a lot of discussion about this. That if you've been following our channel for a while, the case we follow majority of our time is on Sebastian. So we're kind of learning how TBI operates here, which will be a great learning tool for us, I think, as we kind of learn how they do things, because there are some similarities. What this TBI agent said was that 40 to 50 TBI and FBI agents would be on the scene as soon as that Amber Alert was issued, and that Amber Alert has very specific criteria that you don't just do that willy-nilly. People had suggested that, it's an Amber Alert because he has special needs. That's not the case. So this would have looked like an abduction, a dangerous situation for Sebastian for them to have issued that Amber Alert. And so
that's a good question.
Sure. Is the baby's father someone in the family?
Who knows? I guess we're going to find out.
Yeah, I'm going to guess the DA knows or has an idea.
Well, there's a reason they're bringing that up.
Yeah, there is.
So, also welcome in Jennifer Gilly. We appreciate you being here. We've never done a trial like this before. I hope we're doing an okay job.
Yeah, I don't even know I don't even usually watch other people covering trials, so I'm not sure what the standard way to do it is. Are we doing it kind of how people typically
I
do
have
that?
no idea, but we were going to watch it anyway, so we thought we'd watch it with our friends.
So we're kind of letting it play until we have some commentary to make, and then we're kind of stopping and pointing things out we notice.
And Gypsy's not feeling well, so prayers for Gypsy. I hope you feel better. We can't do this the whole day because we do have a doctor's appointment late this afternoon. So
yeah, not sure how long this will go.
Yeah.
Not sure what they'll do. So we've got a little
I
more
guess
time.
One of us could stay. We'll have to see. All right.
And if I go off screen for a few minutes, I haven't had anything to eat today. So I have to go grab a lunch.
We just started the oven.
We'll be doing the same thing while people are testifying. We'll kind of
take turns eating.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Oh, thank you, Women's War. I hope this is how hope this is presented in a good useful way to everybody.
Well, thank you. Yeah.
So I guess we can skip their recess and go right to the next.
I did.
All right.
Here we go. We're going back.
So this is the TBI agent Fraley.
Still on the first witness.
Yes.
Oh, Gypsy's got the flu. I'm so sorry.
Ugh.
I know a lot of people who have the flu right now.
Didn't have trial.
Oh, thank you, pushing up daisies. Did you ever? That's really sweet of you. Did you ever see that show? Wasn't it called Pushing Up Daisies?
It was
Pushing Daisies.
Or Pushing Daisies.
Yeah.
Oh, I love.
Yeah, there's also Don't Eat the
Issues
Daisy.
that came up when the state dismissed one count of the indictment.
Oh, thanks, Bill
and
Ryder. That's sweet. And thank you
asked
for
that
being a
prior to
member.
me cross-examining or asking Ms. Fraley about any statements that Ms. Boswell made to him, that I bring that up outside of the presence of the jury. Since then, it's my position, unless I misheard something, I think Mr. Harper questioned him about statements that Ms. Boswell had made to him. And I think that opens the door for me to be able to cross-examine him about the statements that were made. As a doctrine of completeness, you've been part of a statement, the whole statement.
I didn't listen to any testament about what she said.
You asked if in a statement to him, she ultimately admitted that the child was dead.
Okay. But,
Thank
I
you,
mean,
Angel
for him to
Wings.
listen, I mean, it's self-serving hearsay. I mean, it's,
Well, I had to see the statement.
well, there's no written statement.
Once
There's
they,
no written statement.
it's recorded, it's 2 hours long.
Is he saying it's hearsay?
But once they ask, I think I'm entitled to ask about the entirety of the statement. I think that's the law. It's called, in the court's well aware, it's doctrine of completeness. The case law is complete with it.
He's right. He has the right. The right.
I mean, just flat out hearsay for him to try to put that in.
What do you guys think? Is that hearsay? Oh gosh, Gypsy, that's terrible. I'm so sorry.
He did specifically ask him what she said, and he did say what she said, but they said it was not in a written statement. It was in a video statement recording for like 2 some hours. But I believe he has the right to cross-examine him, to ask him specifics about the statement, I believe.
Well, I mean, if it's going to be presented as evidence, it's not hearsay, right?
Exactly. But he said it was hearsay. He's trying to say it's hearsay, and that he can, and that the prosecution is trying to say it's just hearsay at this point because it's not been brought into evidence. It's just his statement. He's saying he has the right to cross-examine him now.
Oh, women's warrior, you're so sweet. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's so sweet. Aw. And Angel Wings, thank you too, if I didn't say that. That's interesting.
So what's the judge doing? Looking up the a court case on it, or
I don't know.
I'll tell you, is that the new Mac that's orange, or does he have a cover?
I bet that's a cover.
That's really bright.
I don't think it's the orange was a choice.
Yeah, I think that is
orange was a choice for the desktop.
That's the UT orange.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that a cover, or is that?
I don't know.
I would be willing to bet it is. Yeah.
Mine is bright navy. I mean, mine's a really pretty navy, but it's pretty cool.
Aww.
Okay, so somebody's saying this is what Justin did when he watched Leilani. It's so interesting to watch together and see everyone's reactions. Leilani smirked and smiled almost the whole time. Leilani court took a lot of breaks.
Yeah. I'll tell you, it's almost comforting because I would probably be sitting crying listening to this otherwise, and it's kind of comforting having everybody here to kind of bounce things off of and just kind of, I don't know, it's like group therapy in a weird way.
And also, Real Me Too said some creators just leave the live running, and you could do that if you want. Betty does that.
You just want to go eat. I know what's going on.
No, I'm just saying that's what she does.
I'm teasing.
There's
I am
3
totally.
of us. We can take breaks.
I'm totally kidding.
You got to consider it's almost 2:00 my time, and
we'll go take a break.
Yeah, can we eat? We'll be here.
We'll be here. We started the oven for our lunch, and we'll take turns.
Or bring back whatever and black out your screen while you eat if you don't want to.
Yeah, just mute your mic because I cannot stand when people eat on.
Oh, me either. Me either. Oh, Gypsy's got the Navy computer too. I just got it for Christmas. It was a gift from my husband and my daughter, and I love it.
Oh yes, Pale Rider. Sorry. Yes, this is Tennessee.
This is Bluntville out in East Tennessee.
It's close to the Virginia border.
Okay, I'm gonna put me on quiet, and I will be gone for just a moment.
Okay,
and I'll remove him from screen.
And I know Mom's listening. Hi, Mom.
Actually, she's not here unless
I wondered she might have gotten bored with us and moved to TikTok.
I'm just gonna remove me from screen for now, and then I'll come back.
Okay, bye. Don't get hangry, Auntie.
Yeah.
Go refuel. We actually both do intermittent fasting. And so it doesn't bother her to wait this late to eat, usually. Oh, I need to do laundry too. That's what I should be doing. I've got the kids surprised me with a lot of stuff. Actually, do you know if the oven beeped? Since we're waiting,
it's in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the timer's on. I do kind of wonder with it. Do we want to skip ahead a bit until we get?
I don't know if it. Oh, I didn't think about. I thought I was. Okay.
Oh, are we live?
Okay, now we are.
I guess maybe he's just looking up the. He's trying to be thorough.
803, 1.2, admission by party opponent. A statement offered against a party that is the party's own statement is not excluded by the hearsay rule. And in the entirety of 806, a discussion of Rule 803, 1.2, well, in the book, it's section 8.06.1. But the rule is actually 803, 1.2. There is no discussion of the rule of completeness as applied to the exclusion of a party opponent. The only thing it says is that the person against whom the statement is used may testify. And of course, this is a criminal case, so she's not required to testify.
Judge, it's what we refer to Rule 106, Rule of Evidence. I think that discusses the doctrine of completeness in order to process a floating case. The case of State versus Torres from Tennessee.
This is why we have these issues. That's why I set so many hearings before court.
I understand. I didn't expect they would dismiss that count of the indictment today and do this.
Mr. E, what are you munching on? They're just joking.
So did they not read one of the indictments earlier? Is that what they're saying? Did they skip one?
106, Your Honor.
I thought they were looking up whether he could be cross-examined or not.
But he said, because they said something earlier about not reading one of the indictments, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, and now he said, I wasn't expecting him to dismiss the indictment. And then he kind of mumbled something.
Interesting.
I think it's ready.
Do you want to go eat first?
It doesn't matter. I'm good if you want to go.
It doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
If you want to go ahead, that's fine.
I don't care.
You're so slow, though. Maybe I should go
you
first.
Go first.
He's so slow.
You're not going to miss anything. It's going to take him another 5 minutes.
Well, you can fill the air. Talk to everybody.
Oh, yeah. It'll just be me.
It will be because Auntie went to go eat too. I'm surprised she's hung this long, to be quite honest.
Yeah,
she's not one to sit still, guys. Not for very long. What did I do?
I don't know.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to take myself off. Let me try that again. Okay, there we go. Oh, Auntie's back, but I'm sure she hasn't eaten yet.
Yeah, so. If you, no, she'll be gone for a few minutes. Just go ahead.
Okay.
And I know some of you have joined us a little later. If you can see on your left-hand side that is Megan Boswell with the glasses with the black sweater. So Leilani's judge was pretty and classy. Just a fun fact. I did not watch that trial. But yeah, this is definitely one you think of in comparison. I would think judges hate doing this.
So, under a 106 evaluation, the question is, I don't know what the rest of the thing says.
Well, that's exactly my point, Judge. There's nothing misleading about what I asked. I didn't ask anything about what Miss Boswell said. I didn't elicit any testimony whatsoever about a statement that she made. All I asked was whether or not she admitted that she was dead. There's nothing misleading about that, and nothing about what he's going to ask as far as that. All it does is further their theory. It doesn't in any way clear up any misconception or misleading information that I may have presented from that.
According to this Torres case in 2002, in the defendant's murder trial, the court erred in denying the admission of the videotape of defendant's statements. However, the error was harmless because the evidence of defendant's guilt was overwhelming and nothing on the videotape remotely implied that the defendant was innocent of the crime. So, not knowing, I don't know what's on this tape. I haven't seen it. Today, hearing about it. So that's what I'm asking.
Good. My understanding of that doctrine, it doesn't. I don't have to show that there's something misleading.
That's absolutely, he does. I mean, it's right out of the.
Can I finish? I'll listen to you. I mean, no disrespect to anyone here. I'm not trying to upset anyone. But in Torres, there was an issue about that. There are other cases besides Torres. That's the first one I pulled up. There's a State versus Brewer where it's the same thing. It's an issue of fundamental fairness. They ask about the statement, then they say, I can't ask about the parts I want to ask about. And if we need to take a minute, I've asked the court for a minute so we can print a couple of those cases and make sure I want to do this right. I know you want to do it right.
Yeah. You've got the cases on that.
Okay.
Prosecutor's not happy with this.
Good. I think there's a good explanation in the unpublished case of State versus Dylan Brewer. That could be found at 2019 Westfall 1109917. I forwarded that to your assistant and asked her if she would print it. I have not. And I've given that citation to the state as well.
And Judge, I would go back to the part, the rule requires that a writing or recorded statement or part thereof be introduced by a party. I did not introduce any part of her statement. I asked Detective Fraley if she ultimately admitted that her child was dead. I didn't ask what she said. I didn't ask how she did, if she did it, if she admitted she did it, if she said she didn't do it.
What you asked was if she made that statement to you, in which she get. I mean, I have her go back if that's what you want me to do. I mean,
I would further point the court, the footnotes to the rule of completeness 106 clearly talks. Mr. Scott said it didn't, but it clearly says, rule providing that when a writing or written recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require the introduction at that time of any other part or any other writing which ought in fairness to be considered contemporaneously with it, provides an adverse party a mechanism for putting portions of the writing into context if the portions would otherwise be misleading. There's nothing misleading about what I asked Agent Fraley. He's not trying to clarify anything.
If you're just listening, blessings, yes, the jury is out of the courtroom.
Trying to insinuate that the child wasn't dead.
well, we're gonna take a minute. I'm gonna look at whatever cases.
Yes, Judge, they're having a hard time going through it. We can have a minute. I'll collect and send them back. Yeah, I just may need the time to do it.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I step out for a few minutes?
Yeah, we'll take. We're still on. We're still on the rail.
Sounds like they may have cut their sound.
What's going on?
I thought they might have cut their sound, but I'm not sure. They're what they're trying to figure out is if they, because he asked Fraley about a statement she made, if he can cross-examine her, and they're just going back and forth citing various judgments that have happened in the past and interpreting those. So they're going to sort that out. And it got a little heated.
It did?
Yeah.
Why weren't you doing the play-by-play?
There was a little bit of agitation between the two lawyers there.
Between the lawyers or between the judge and the lawyers?
No, the lawyers.
Okay.
Yeah. The prosecutor particularly did not like this. Kind of got a little exasperated acting.
So did they mute the thing?
I'm not sure. Like it sounds like they muted it, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, the volume's up, so I don't know if they realized they muted it or not.
I'm not sure anyone's speaking.
Interesting. Well, I made you a plate. Do you want me to get it for you and we'll just mute our microphones?
No, you just go and then I'll go.
Okay. Well, you're not talking to anybody. That's why I came in here. I figured they were talking up a storm. So why don't you tell some funny stories? Entertain us. Entertain us, Mr. E.
You know, one of the things to think about, like the clerk up front there, the recorders and all that, you know, they're very self-conscious, I'm sure, knowing that thousands and thousands of people are watching them, right? The bailiffs and all of that. So this may take a little bit. Yeah, so they did clear the courtroom for the jury, or cleared the jury out while they worked on this. So It's a couple of times they've been out now. Earlier someone took a picture with a flash on, and they got the jury out for that. And then that was really early on, if you're joining late on this too, but he really kind of set the tone, saying that anybody else has a flash go off, they're spending 10 days in jail for contempt of court. So the judge has not really had to say a lot at this point, but that kind of set the tone, I think. And Megan, throughout, whenever they show her to the left there, she's been, acting emotional, upset, crying, that kind of thing. Whether or not, how much of that's an act or genuine, who knows? We've all kind of got speculations on that, I suppose. But this is kind of where we are. This is the first witness who's been here all morning. This is Agent Fraley from the TBI. And if you are joining late and want to go back in here, he basically walks through everything up through the discovery of Evelyn's body. They showed pictures of the little playhouse. It's just like a little tiny house. And inside was all the trash and debris, and then the recently placed trash can. And they fortunately did not show all those pictures of them opening and finding her, but he does go into kind of detail, and it's pretty awful. Just the way she was discarded, the way the foil was placed on her, it's just really awful detail. And Carol loves embroidery, says, I don't know why they take the jury out. I'm not sure. I guess because if they're discussing these statements and whether or not they can cross-examine, they don't want to, if they're debating that, they don't want to even have them hear any of this that might influence their judgment later, I suppose, is why they do that. And this jury, they are sequestered, so they'll be in a hotel room for next 2, 3, 4 weeks, however long this takes. And they will have very limited entertainment options, like with television, can't be on phones, any of that. So kind of an interesting situation for them. So I'm not quite sure what they're doing now. Did they say they needed time to read through these different judgments? Yeah, so Real Me Too says they always debate without the jury. Yeah, that would make sense. Jury probably appreciates getting a break to go stretch their legs anyway. Yeah. And so it looks like Romy too. It looks like she did a very slow and painful death. Of the ways that's like the nightmare way, upside down and wrapped in the blanket and trash bags and can't breathe. And I just can't imagine. I think they're going to bring up different medical examiners. It sounds like from their opening statements, they may have different opinions. But I think that's how it happened. I think she was still alive. I think that's what they're ultimately going to say. And if that's the case, that's just beyond humanity. It's just hard to. It's just you can't even understand it. Some things I can understand. I can understand people, and I can understand why crimes happen. I can understand people feeling, overcoming rage or vengeance or whatever motives people have. But something like this to a toddler is just beyond monstrous, So Guidance says, I often wonder how we would comply as any of us as a sequestered jury member. Who of us would be able to do it without tech? Never thought of that part. I would load up on the books is what I would do. I would have several books that I've been putting off with me. That's how I would pass the time if I were cut off from technology. But there's so many things that, and depending what kind of work you're in and line of work, I mean, so many people, they rely on, being in touch with people, social media, and how do you ignore emails for 3 weeks, depending on what kind of, most of us can't do that, or text. So I don't know how maybe they filter through important stuff, or have something like that. I'm not sure how that would work. So you'd thrive. And so guidance says, I'm a squirrel. You give me one thing to do, cannot get it done. I need chaos. Some people do operate better that way. Yeah, I'm single-minded. I get focused on one thing, and that's where all my focus goes. And Hope in the Shadow says, I'd have liked to have been there for this one. Was not in the cards. Apparently, there is one trial I will not be missing, no matter how long it takes, or if I have to be there in literal spirit. Yeah, we'll be there for that one too, whenever that happens. And I do think that's happening. I wonder, this seems like a small courtroom. I wonder how many they haven't really shown an audience angle other than they kind of panned to the right at one point, showing a handful of people that might have been the photographer. Yeah, so this is what's going on here. Keep Up the Chatter says, this argument is to keep Megan's words out. Prosecutors want to force it to make the defendant take the stand to tell her story. Yeah, that was something we had talked about prior, was whether or not she's going to take the stand. And I had thought maybe before, but now I don't think that's going to, I think they're going to try not to do that. I think they're just going to try to make the prosecution prove it without her taking the stand. That's my guess. But interesting strategy.
Okay. So what's going on?
Nothing has transpired since you've been gone. They are still looking through. I think they're looking through these different rules. Well, thank you, Rosebud. She says, I'm back in the stream, but I want to come up and thank you for doing this. It's a good-looking bunch of folks on the panel. Good genes in that fam. My husband retired today. Well, congratulations to the retirement. That's great. Yeah. Congratulations to him. Thanks for coming back to join us. Yeah, I think, let's see, keep Up the Chatter also says the judge is really reading that rule book. I would guess that if you're that judge in this situation, you don't want to be on court TV making any kind of mistake and get second guessed. I'm sure there's a lot of pressure other than a normal day because of all this, everybody's going to be scrutinizing you. I wouldn't want to be in that position.
I'm doing a poll because that was a great question or great opinion that Pushing Up Daisy said.
This one?
Mm-hmm. So I'm doing a poll.
In my opinion, this will be like Leilani. Megan won't take the stand.
And I put in our poll, do you think she'll take the stand? Yes or no?
So you're a faster eater than Auntie.
Well, yeah, I'm a faster eater than all of you.
Or she's just taking this moment to go get some stuff done.
Well, I started a load of laundry too. I wanted to ask you if the dishes in the dishwasher are clean or dirty. You don't know, do you? You have to look.
I think they're clean.
Oh, Rosebud wants a summary.
Okay, where's when they showed the Playhouse. So after that, they basically went through like 30 some odd exhibits of Evelyn herself and each stage of unwrapping her. I guess what they did was they opened the body bag out on the porch, brought her out of the Playhouse, and then systematically, removed each layer of trash bag and blanket and foil and all of that. And fortunately, they had it up on that big screen to the left, but they blacked that out, so we don't have to see all that. They just described it really. One of the things that was kind of gruesome and an awful detail, but kind of maybe may prove important, was that he was saying that with that foil that was on her head, that it was like molded to her head. So someone would have had to have not just wrapped the foil and went, but like placed it and fit it to her face. So there was some real attempt to seal or whatever. It's just so inhumane. It's just kind of an awful detail, but will kind of gives you an indication of what was going on, maybe.
Yeah. Well, since we're at a break, why don't you run and eat?
Okay.
And I put some on a plate for you.
Okay. Thanks.
Now you have to turn your camera off.
I don't have to.
You don't have to. We'll put you at the bottom.
Wow. Most people so far are saying, how many people voted? 26 votes so far. So please, if you haven't voted and you think one way or the other about whether she'll take the stand, please go and vote just to see what kind of people are thinking.
I know, that poor baby. I agree. I forgot what else I was going to say something. Oh, and another thing, Rosebud, that the DA said in the opening statement is that Ethan Perry is not the father of Evelyn. So we're waiting to see what that's all about. PJ voted no.
I think back to the Murdaugh trial, and I mean, he was on the stand for quite some time and cross-examined. And I think because he thought he was smarter than most of the people trying him, I think that's where that he was very brazen and he felt like he could convince anyone that he didn't do it.
MTV, that was actually the washer. I started a quick load of laundry and it already has finished. So.
Rosebud, we don't know who the father is yet. They have not revealed that. They just said that that they have found out it was not Ethan, and we don't know anything else about that. I guess that testimony is going to come out.
And as I said a few times in the stream, for those of you who've been here the whole time, one of the main things I'm interested in is to see what processes TBI and the local sheriff's department went through to solve the case. So,
very interesting.
And it's been interesting so far. They said with an Amber Alert, it's kind of standard that the FBI it is standard that the FBI is called right away with an Amber Alert called in. So we were kind of applying that to Sebastian because, we don't know a whole lot of what exactly happened there. So we're kind of trying to apply some of this to Sebastian's case as well.
And Mama says, I think Megan is brazen enough to take the stand, but I don't think she will because surely her attorneys will talk her out of it. I think she obviously proved she's brazen enough to do about anything with all of the statements and total lies that she was contradicting herself almost every single day. Pill Rider thought it was her washer going off when she heard yours.
That's funny. That's funny. Well, what had happened is I had left the towels in there. I guess I forgot about them yesterday when I started a load, and they were kind of, how they get not mildewy, but you know what I mean? Just kind of not smelling the best. So I went ahead and just did a quick run again.
Oh, this is a funny way to put it. She ran through the briar patch and don't know which one poked her. True.
It's true. Oh, keep up the chatter. Thank you so much. I want to see what that is. Let me see what the sticker is.
Super sticker.
Oh, well, you know what? We have a break. Would anybody like to hear the super sticker song?
Sure.
Thank you. Keep up the chatter. She gave us a rose. She's so sweet. And thank you for being a mod. Thank you to all of our mods. Thank you to all of our members. Thank you to all of our subscribers. We appreciate you guys being here. As I was saying earlier, it's comforting to have you guys here because I was going to watch this regardless. So, now Megan's leaving.
She probably has to go to the bathroom.
Aw, and spooky wife Amy, welcome to the crime crew or the crime dogs. I need to change those. I changed my mind a lot on the names.
And Guidance says, now that the ladies are back, Mr. E said books. How would you respond if you were a sequestered juror and you wouldn't be able to use technology? What would you do? I would have to do books because if you can't watch television and you can't be on your phone or you can't have a phone, I mean, you don't really have much choice but to either exercise in your room or read a book. I mean, there's nothing else to do. Maybe if they would let you have a puzzle, I would do like a jigsaw puzzle. I love jigsaw puzzles. And if you have a lot of extra time, that might be something. But I would probably have to have some books too.
Well, I would want books, but I can read. Well, it depends on the book series. I mean, if I started over from like the beginning of, I don't know, what would be a good one I could read again. I could probably read the Twilight series again. I could probably read the Sookie Stackhouse novels again. I went through a vampire phase.
I read I don't know if I could read the Sookie ones again. I liked them once, but I don't think I could read them again. Twilight, I've read a couple of different times. I've read that series.
Read it. I have too. I've read what's that one? You wouldn't like it, but there's one called Outlander that I actually enjoy, but I 100% know you would not like it.
Yeah, I'll read the Janet Ivanovich novels, the numbered novels, like one for the money, two for the dough. I think I don't even know what I'm on, 30 now or something of her. She usually has one release a year, and I got a newer one for Christmas. So I would probably go back and read some of those. They're hilarious, and I love them. They're funny, lighthearted.
Mr. E has every Stephen King book ever written, I think. So he would probably read some of those or, he probably would go for something new. I would probably read, I'll tell you one I'd like to read again is the Dan Brown Da Vinci Code. I love that book.
Oh,
a really good one.
Rosebud had a interesting comment.
Go ahead.
I love that we have more info on the requirements for Amber Alert and the movement of the case with Sebastian. I wonder if any of these officials in this case are part of the Sebastian case. I don't know. It's a further area. What isn't it about 3 hours from you guys? It's a pretty good ways away from that Hendersonville area. So,
but that doesn't mean that the TBI could be working. Some of the same people could be working the same case.
I guess it could be because you have TBI in that recovery team that came in at the very beginning. Is it SCAT?
Oh, it's CART.
CART, not SCAT. CART. Yeah, child abduction recovery team. But I don't know. It would be interesting to see if any of them have worked on both cases.
Well, I think what I'm more interested in is just the processes, because the processes being a fairly new case, we're going to understand what the processes have been for Sebastian. So that's kind of what I find interesting about it. And hopefully we can kind of apply because they haven't really been terribly forthcoming with what they've done. Mm-hmm. So I'm just looking through everybody's stuff. MTV says, I love those. I don't know which ones. Oh, also, I got a new book called Murdle. It's Murdel. And what it is it's kind of a critical thinking puzzle book where you solve mysteries.
Cool.
So, yeah, I got that at a Target not that long ago to sit
and we have a new member.
Oh, thank you, spooky wife Amy. We appreciate you. I forgot I was going to play our song. I forgot since we have a minute. Let's see.
Crafts is a good idea. Somebody, Nice Marie said do crafts. Yeah, I guess if you can get out, I mean, you're sequestered. So I'm not really sure. You can't really go to stores. You can't really do anything. So I guess you could buy them ahead of time and take them with you.
You could knit.
Ugh.
I love to knit. You've never been like that though. You have to do more active stuff.
Yeah, I have to be a little bit more active.
Even just reading a book for 3 weeks would drive you crazy.
Oh yeah, I couldn't do it for long.
Okay, I'm going to do the super sticker song. You ready? And then I'll do the welcome to the dog pound song. Let me, will you remove Amy for a second?
Yes, let me go back and hide that comment.
Thank you for your super sticker. 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 Thank you for your super sticker.
I love that song. I'm just dancing.
I think it's funny because it's got the trigger warning thing still going across the bottom, and I was like, when the super sticker song was playing.
Okay, well, I'll remove that for the next one, and then this is for our new members.
Welcome to the dog town. You're from dog now. Members only. Welcome to the dog town. You're from dog now. Members only. Welcome to the pound. Members only. Bow wow 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 wow. Doo 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 doo.
I love that. I'm so silly.
Oh, hang on, my dog wants in. Come on. Come on in, Char.
So I take it I missed a lot.
Well,
his recess and go to the restroom again or whatever he's doing.
Spooky wife Amy became a new member, and keep up the chatter sent us a super sticker that was a rose, and so we played some music.
So have they sorted this out yet? I guess not.
Not really. Oh, Precious Lavender Buttons had an interesting question. She said, I was wondering if there are any different types of Amber Alerts. I was driving down highway and saw the sign Amber Alert, call 511. I didn't get a notice on my phone either. I'm in North Carolina. I don't know. I don't think there are different kinds. I think sometimes they will tell you who they think that the child is with. If it's a abduction by a parent, they'll say may be with, but I don't know if there's different types. Do you guys know?
State by state.
State by state, they vary. Okay.
Yeah.
When they did Evelyn's, they also, I think it's on there, isn't it? Is it on there with the card that they had of interest? Because one of the original stories. Actually, I'll just have.
No, it didn't. It didn't have it on there.
Here we go. There. The Sheriff Cassidy held a press conference on February 21st on the Amber Alert and issued a BOLO for a gray BMW with Tennessee tags. So that's because Megan told them that her mother had abducted the child at that point. And so they went searching, I believe, to Virginia. Oh no, North Carolina. Sorry.
Is Summer somebody sings All I Need Is Jesus Coffee and True Crime says I thought there were different levels still. Summer still has an Amber Alert, but it's level 3. I didn't know hers was an Amber Alert.
Oh yes, absolutely.
I thought Sebastian was the only active Amber Alert.
I'll pull TBI up.
And Spooky Wife, I see that you like Stephanie Plum series too. I love Stephanie Plum novels. They're great. I've read all of them except the last one.
What does Stephanie Plum do?
She is a bail. She's a bail bondsman, and it's a comedy. It's kind of a crime, comedy, love. It's kind of got a little bit of everything. Janet Ivanovich. She started with One for the Money, and she releases one a year usually. And and I've been reading them forever, and I think she's on 30 now. But they all have something with, like, the first one's called One for the Money. The second one's Two for the Dough. So there's always some kind of little catchy title, but it's just about the hijinks of her being a bail bondsman and arresting people and almost getting killed a million different times. You know, it's hilarious.
I've read something by Janet Ivanovich. But it's older. So she's been around a while, right?
Yes.
I don't remember what book it was I read. I read something of hers.
Yes, she's good. She's hilarious.
And
But we were talking about, they asked us what we would do. You said you would read, and we were telling people different things that we might do. And we were talking about different book series that we read. And
I can pull this down.
I mean, what else? I mean, you know, what I was wondering is, how do they handle, like, because it's really hard for some people. I mean, there's no way I could just be completely unplugged from technology for,
I know,
for weeks. There'd be people trying to reach me that needed me and stuff.
Well, we couldn't because of variety of circumstances.
Yeah. So I assume there's got to be, maybe they've got a filter or a screen, or they have to okay messages getting through or something. I'm not sure.
I was looking up the different Amber Alerts. There's
Romeo T said there are different Amber Alerts. Now I've never seen the Labyrinth mazes. Rosebud, she got her husband one of those mazes with the balls in them to keep him busy. And she said she got it for him when he retired, and he's already solved it. So
you mean like with the little metal ball where you kind of roll it and you got to,
I don't know, it's mazes with the balls in them.
That's that game I had as a child, so yeah, that might be an older game if that's what she's referring to. But yeah, that's a fun one. Yeah, buying them because your husband just retired, so you're gonna have to keep him busy, find stuff to. Yeah,
she said he already solved it, so she's got to go figure something else.
Oh, that's funny.
Got to do the honeydew list.
He just retired today.
Yeah.
So
load him up with the stuff around the house that's been needing to get done.
Yeah, there's stuff. I mean, to be honest, there's a lot of stuff that I'm feeling anxious about not getting done because we've been doing the live all day.
Oh yeah.
No, let's see what other I would read some. I don't think I could read the whole time. I would have to do some crafts or something active as well. If they'd let me work out, I'd do that as well.
Oh, okay. So guidance says, yes, when I went there for the 1-year anniversary, the vigil phone lit up with her Amber Alert. She was endangered, then moved up to Amber at the 1-year anniversary.
For what? For who?
For Summer, I'm assuming.
Wow.
Huh. So we really weren't following that story back then.
Well,
we learned a lot about this in hindsight, but I wonder what happened at the 1-year anniversary to make that go to Amber, if something was discovered or. Oh, that's interesting.
You could ask Josh.
That case is just.
Josh would know.
I mean, will they ever come up with charges for that case? I mean, it's been
yesterday was her birthday.
Oh.
I don't. I think there just has to be regime change in that county for it to get solved. That's kind of my understanding of what people's opinion is that it's the government preventing that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it could,
oh, okay.
Cases like that are solvable,
Hi, Nice Marie.
My hubby was in a sequester and can't have outside communication, escort to hotel and back, have to have a judge to approve communication if emergency. So it's just emergency situations. Yeah, that'd be hard. That'd be very hard, just depending on what your careers are like.
Okay, so Guided said for some reason, once we got into town, the phones went off a year later.
Weird.
Maybe it's when you get in with a certain area.
A certain area.
Interesting. That's it. Well, that kind of makes sense, I suppose. If you have a missing Amber Alert, you wouldn't necessarily want it in Alaska and everywhere else all over the country. So it's specific to the geography. That makes sense.
Bliss Blessing says Texas has one Amber Alert, but several coded alerts through DPS, the DPS site. Blue Alert is violent criminal act against LE officer. It will come across all our phones statewide. Well, we have. I was looking at the Amber Alerts. Is it back?
I'm just asking. Do we have a way to know if they're
It's
back?
right here. You can't see it.
I don't see it.
I'll put it back up.
We're moving around, but I don't see any. I don't even see the judge.
Okay. Boy, that's little. I can't see that here.
Hold on. I can put it back up. I don't want to stress you out. There
Yeah.
you go. There you go. Here, I'll put myself down here because
Megan left. Megan left
You
too.
wanna hide.
And I'm gonna unhide.
What?
I said I unhid it so that because we'd already read that. But Megan left, and I don't know if she's back yet or not. She was to the left of the screen.
Well, I was looking at the Tennessee ones, and I mean, I knew. Excuse me. Can you mute that for a second?
Okay, hold on.
Sorry, I got tripped.
I took that opportunity to cough too.
You're funny. I was looking at the different alerts, and I was looking up what the different Amber Alerts.
So who is it? Sebastian and Summer? Are those the only two in Tennessee right now?
No, do you not watch the end of our show?
Probably not.
No. Sebastian, Kennedy Hoyle,
okay. Yeah. Okay.
Summer Wells, Chloe Leverett.
When's she been? How long ago? Oh, a long
Since
time ago.
2012. Gage Daniel since 2012. Zaylee Grace Fryer since 2011.
So we have 5 or 6.
Mm-hmm. But I was trying to look and see what the different levels. I know we hit Silver Alert in Tennessee is
Elderly, right?
elderly, yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Amber Alert. It says in order to issue an Amber Alert in Tennessee, the following criteria must be met: that the person is 17 years of age or younger, the child is in imminent danger of bodily injury or death, and there is a description of the child, the abductor, and or vehicle. Or vehicle, and on request from another state for activation, there is a direct and identified nexus to the state of Tennessee, and that information is conveyed to TBI at the time of the request. There is a description of the child, the abductor, or vehicle.
Excuse me. Since I think most of us are somewhat familiar with the Sebastian Rogers story, but one of the things I've wondered, that car, the 3 a.m. vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they know if you want to make the argument that maybe that vehicle's not significant, you could wonder why they wouldn't have put out the license plate number on that car. Right? Because if you believe that he was led to that vehicle or put in that trunk or the back or whatever it was,
unless they know,
why would they not have put a description of that car out
right,
with the Amber Alert and the license plate? Because they probably would have had it identified within at least a few days of him going missing.
Mm-hmm.
And unless they weren't able to identify it, or it had a stolen license plate on it, or they just didn't ever get a good image of it, and they avoided the license plate readers and all that. Something, and But I've wondered that why, if they do believe that that's where he went, why would they not have put out on that Amber Alert whatever type of vehicle you think it might be? We believe he was could have been moved in a blue Chevy, whatever it is,
I saw that it's Kansas City Chiefs for Life's birthday. It says, "Hey, Ease and Chad, I'm sorry I'm late. My 51st birthday and grandkids brought me a cake." Well, happy birthday! And
Happy
guess
birthday.
what? For your birthday, I have a new birthday video. So this is for you, Kansas City Chiefs style, or for life, Kansas City Chiefs
For life.
Thank you. I can't. Okay, we've been doing this for 4 hours, so I'm tired. But this is for you. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
Isn't that sweet?
That is sweet. I like that.
And we don't have to sing.
Yeah.
That's the
best part.
of that.
Yeah.
And
Happy
Diane,
birthday.
we are gonna hopefully talk about that soon.
I mean, we've got some time, but
I need some time to look at all of
We
that. Actually,
want to digest it all really, and we were kind of letting it play out and see what all came out about it before we really commented on it. So we were kind of giving it some time.
that's what we tend to do is we tend to sit back and take in all the information.
But with the picture stuff, Justin and Mob Crew are the best two to go to for that.
For sure.
they
And
do a really
Betty
good job on
Betty does a good job too.
Yeah,
And
Betty does.
Guidance was
Very good pictures. Yes.
well, Guidance originally did the correct me if I'm wrong, Guidance. Didn't you originally do the video of the flashlights as far as like the overlays and stuff?
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, pretty sure.
And Bliss Blessing says, "Are adults missing or feared taken go under a clear alert, and adults with special needs get announced as endangered missing."
Oh, okay.
Great. I know where we are. We have silver alerts for the elderly.
So Guidance was one of the first, but not the first.
Gotcha.
But she
Or
did it. It was great.
If not the first.
Oh, if not the first. Oh, sorry. I think you were the first. I remember. I don't even know if we even. I don't even know if we had a channel at that point, but I remember Betty talking about how great it was and playing it. So, well, welcome in, Whispering Winds, Donna.
Yeah. Sorry, just reading through.
The real Me Too was here with me when I did it. That's awesome. Well, the real Me Too is a great person.
I know for me, the thing with the pictures is just going to be the source. Have they been able to verify that those are authentic pictures? Because it's put out by Team Proudfoot, right?
The one was put out by SF. The other picture is a zoom in from the flashlight video.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Right. We do have two different types we're talking about. So one's the possible lit window in the Proudfoot home that comes from the Proudfoot team. So I don't know.
I worry about it. For a variety of reasons, because what would be the motive for putting that out? Do you know what I mean?
It wouldn't be the first time that side has put out stuff that's undermined their own defense. Because like the video with the dog being dropped off at the top of the construction site, that was news to me. I didn't realize that dog that ended up going down to the retention pond had not. I guess I just assumed the dog had walked with its owner. I didn't realize that the dog had been in a vehicle, or what was it?
You'd assume the dog came from the house and went to the pond, but that's not what happened.
Yeah, kind of the way Chris had described it. I just assumed that there was some truth to that. I should have known better. But it turned out he was in a vehicle, right? Dropped off at the top of that construction area, and then he goes down to the construction area. So he wasn't following. That dog wasn't following any trail or scent or anything from the house. He was just following a track of somebody that walked down there at some point. So, but that actually contradicted Chris's claim from Narc Divers,
right?
Where he said the dog came out of the house, went back through where we see the flashlights go, out to Kellen, and then followed something up, and up to the construction. Chris made it sound like the dog did one continuous follow to get to that retention pond, which we know is not true. But that was a contradiction from what we knew. There was something wrong with the dog story. So I hadn't known what to make of all that for a while. But anyway, but then putting that video out actually undermined Chris's story.
Well, here comes the judge. Before the judge starts talking, I want to say, Key Up the Chatter says we have an Amber Alert here in Arkansas, missing pregnant teen Sophia Martha Franklin.
Oh, and
if you are in Arkansas, be on alert for her. You probably are getting that on your phone.
Oh my goodness! Happy days! Thank you so much. That's very kind of you.
Oh, thank you. Happy days.
I don't have a thank you for your gifted membership.
That's your next one.
Got some echo.
Hello. I think that was on the courtroom.
Oh, yeah, okay. It was. I didn't hear it.
Thank you so much. Happy days. That was very kind of you. I hope you're doing well. Oh, this is another thing with guidance was saying. And if you received a gifted membership from Happy Days, please tell Happy Days thank you. That was very kind and we appreciate it.
Guidance is blurred versus not blurred, and question if it is actual timestamp when the others have 0 timestamp.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why
we like to lay back and just see how things play out.
That's what.
Here comes Megan.
That's what gives me pause on that picture.
She's lost.
Well, her hair's gotten long.
God, she almost looks younger.
Yeah,
her hair
lost quite a bit of weight. Yeah. And yes, Happy Days, we did get a sign. It's behind us. We haven't hung it in a really good place yet. We've just got it hanging on where our picture was hanging. Welcome in, guys.
Yeah. That guy's giving her some odd looks.
Which guy?
The guy that walked her in. He just is looking at her like
the guy with the beard.
Yeah, that was weird.
Okay, it's not muted, I don't believe.
Yeah, Happy Days. We got a sign. This was ordered before Christmas by Mrs. E, but we got it a little later. But I thought they did a great job. I can't believe these places can do a custom deal like that and make it look that good. So I thought it was great.
Whispering Winds. We're still waiting for the judge to talk. So you can go ahead and give it.
I think he's back.
Oh,
I hear sound. But he is doing great right now. So we're
all right, Mr. Scott,
yeah, we're on a good plan, I think.
And thank you for becoming a new member, Rosebud. And Zipper sent a super sticker. Awesome. Let me see what it is.
Judge,
I can't see it.
I handed you the unpublished case of State versus Brewer. And that case contains a pretty good explanation that it does cite to several published cases. If the version you have of Brewer has a page 12 at the bottom, does it?
Okay, hold on one second. I know we've been waiting for a while for this guy to start talking, but I want to acknowledge Zipper for the super sticker, and I want to acknowledge Rosebud for becoming a new member, and I want to acknowledge Happy Days for gifting the membership. So I'm going to play a song real quick.
Thank you for your super sticker. 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 Thank you for your super sticker.
Okay, I won't play the dog pound thing again, but I will do this real quick. Welcome, Rosebud, and welcome to all of our new members provided by Happy Days.
Do we know exactly how old Megan Boswell is now? She was 18 when it happened in late 2019.
So
5 years later ish, 4 or 5 years older.
Yeah.
22-ish, somewhere in there, I would guess.
Yeah.
Yep. If you go down to the last paragraph of page 12, it talks about 106 is a rule of timing and admissibility, and talks about whether it's not immediately clear admit the introduction of otherwise admissible hearsay. That paragraph goes on to state, though, however, it has long been the law in the state when a part of a confession or admission is entered into evidence, the defendant is entitled to have the jury consider the entire confession. That cites Curry versus State, 397 Southwest 2nd, 179 at 181. That's Tennessee Supreme Court, 1965. And Samblin v. State, 387 Southwest 2nd, 817 at page 820. And that's, again, Tennessee Supreme Court, 1965. And they go on in this case, they talk about when a confession is admissible, the whole of what the accused said upon the subject at the time of making the confession is admissible and should be taken together. If the prosecution failed to prove the whole statement, the accused is entitled to put into evidence all that was said to him or by him at the time which bears upon the subject of controversy, including exculpatory or self-serving declarations connected herewith. It is for the jury to say what weight shall be given to several parts of that statement. For they may well believe the part that which charges the prisoner and reject that which tends to exculpate him. And that's a direct quote from State versus Robinson, 622 Southwest 2nd, 62 at page 71, Tennessee Supreme Court, 1980. And in this case, in Brewer, the Court of Criminal Appeals goes on. This case is kind of almost on all fours the way I see it. The Rule 106 here in Brewer, the state examined on direct examination a witness about a statement. It did not put in a play that did put the physical statement in, nor did the officer read the statement verbatim. But they said the rule of fairness should allow you to place the whole statement in. And I think, Mr. Fraley was asked in this case, he was asked about taking a statement. I think he was asked a couple of times about taking a statement. And he was asked about her admitting that the child was dead. Well, certainly in a missing persons case, when you admit to the police that it's been shown and alleged that you're lying to, and Mr. Fraley, although the court granted an objection, said earlier that she was telling lies. And then when she fesses up and says the baby is dead, certainly the court should take that as a confession. And I think he was asked about the baby being dead, and the response was that the baby was dead, among other things. So that leaves that out there for the jury to be wondering what the other things are. That's my recollection. That's Mr. Horn's notes. Now, that's essentially my argument. I'll rely on the other cases I gave you, but I think that Brewer case gives the best explanation. Although it's an unpublished case, the cases it cites to certainly are published. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer those. If not, I'll yield to Mr. Harper.
Yeah, Judge, I would agree with Mr. Scott. I think the Brewer case is on point. I would disagree with him as to how he's reading it. However, one, I don't think anything about what I elicited was in any way a confession by Miss Boswell. And two, I would rewind a little bit from where Mr. Scott quoted on page 12 of the opinion, because the danger that we're trying to avoid here is misleading the jury by providing only inculpatory parts or parts that somehow make the defendant put the defendant in a bad light, and not putting forth the parts that are inculpatory or in some way would mislead the jury about the proof. And then the paragraph above where Mr. Scott quoted the rule of completeness that was explained by the Supreme Court, it talks about that the rule must do one of the following, and then it lists four things. One, explain already admitted proof. Two, place admitted proof in context. Three, avoid misleading the trier of fact. Or four, ensure a fair and impartial understanding of the already admitted proof. Well, what he's trying to elicit doesn't do any of that stuff.
See, that's my problem is I don't know what he's trying to do.
Well,
I have not been told yet.
all right, I guess I'll go ahead. I believe he's trying to elicit that what Miss Boswell told Agent Fraley was that her.
They're having the jury step out
again.
Mm-hmm. I didn't realize they were in there. I thought they were already gone.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe what he's trying to elicit is that Miss Boswell told Agent Fraley that Hunter Wood, the defendant's boyfriend, rolled over and killed the child. And that was what she told Agent Fraley at that time. I don't know how that corrects in any way his statement that she admitted the child was dead. I mean, if anything, that's the fact she was there is more inculpatory to elicit that than it is correcting any sort of misleading impression that might be out there as a result of what Agent Fraley's already testified to.
see.
Are you satisfied that that's an accurate summary of what proof is, or do I need to hear the whole story? I would, because there's, in this case, I don't recall which one it is, but I read that one of the arguments was that the defendant on possibly the post-conviction case, there was argument that because the judge relied on the summary of the proof instead of reviewing the entirety of it, that the judge couldn't make.
I think, and Mr. Harper can correct me if I'm wrong, I think I'm generally satisfied with what he's saying, but she explained how the baby died, where the baby, or maybe not where the baby went, but I think that Hunter took it in that statement. Am I right about that? She gives an explanation. And I guess what I'm trying to say right now is it's fundamentally unfair. And I think it does satisfy at least one or two of those things that Mr. Harper's talking about in the paragraph above from Brewer. Explains the already admitted proof and puts it in context. Well, right now you have a case where the jury's heard this TBI agent say, yes, she's lied and she's basically led us on wild goose chases, but she finally admits the baby's dead without putting in the full explanation of what she told them. And I think for the jury to hear that, you know, there's no mention of anyone else in what was put in. She tries to explain to him what happens, and I think it explains it, and it avoids misleading the trier of fact from the standpoint of the jury. You know, you don't know what this proof is. Mr. Harper and me, Mr. Harper, Ms. Maskill, we know it, and I think you said that's where you're struggling. Well, you have.
I mean, obviously, it's where I'm struggling because the test that the Tennessee Supreme Court has given to the trial judge is that it is an issue of fundamental fairness. It isn't an issue of one snippet of one statement misleads the jury. That's not the test. That's not the question. The question is it fundamentally unfair if I, as a trial, don't allow you to put in the entirety of the statement based on the very narrow, and I understand General Harper was being very careful and cautious in what he was asking. So what I think where we're at is that I'm going to have to, is it transcribed? Is it audio? Is it video?
Right. It's 2 hours.
Well,
I guess we could fast forward.
I think I've got a clip of just that portion.
Well, here's the other thing. If you want to give me just a clip, obviously it speeds it up today. But then if the jury ultimately convicts, then on post-conviction or during the appeal, the argument's going to be, oh, well, the judge didn't review the entirety of the statement. And therefore, he couldn't have made an appropriate determination. Here's where we're at. It's my opinion, and believe me, there's nobody in this courtroom who wants to keep this case moving. But it's my opinion that you're going to have to give me the audio, video, whatever it is, and I'm going to have to go back and change it. And I'm going to have to review it. And then I can come out here and make a decision based on this law. I think that's where we're at. I don't want to send the jury away, but I'm not going to make them sit out here for 2 hours.
I think maybe you're going to have to. I mean, if I'd have known this was going to come up, if they'd have known, we'd have brought this up. But I don't think. But I do think the court needs to consider when you do this: is this a confession? Because those state Supreme Court cases that are cited in Brewer go back to 1965, and I don't think.
Well, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. And the last case that you gave me gives me this freedom. I'm not going to go back to 1965. I'm going to rely on the rules of evidence as they've been enacted in this state now for some time. In the cases that talk about the rules of evidence. 1965 predates our rules of evidence.
I understand that.
And even our Supreme Court in one of these cases says, look, the defendant in that case made arguments relying on the old cases. The Supreme Court said, look, we're going to look at this under what the rules of evidence say. And that's my start.
I want you to understand my position is this. I think the defendant under due process protections given to her by both the Tennessee Constitution, the federal Constitution, has a right to fundamental fairness. And I think those cases, that's what they're talking about, is fundamental fairness. So
okay, just sit there.
I'm not sure that there's a difference between if there's the rules of evidence provide for fundamental fairness. I understand what you're saying. And if I'm wrong, I think we're on the same page at least. What needs to be done.
I agree. Pushing up daisies. I'm just like, I'm worried they're going to be like, well, we're going to have it start over.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm worried about.
The judge here, it looks like he's just trying to prevent some kind of appeal later on.
Mm-hmm.
I'll comment about it when we get.
Yes, sir.
Where we're at right now is I'm going to have to bring the jury in. I'm going to send them, since this is day one and they've not been to the hotel yet, I'm going to go ahead and just send them to the hotel. So I'm going to have to listen to or watch.
It's video.
It's video.
Right. And they have the whole issue about whether I can see and hear what's being said. I've had another case where I had Sullivan County videos that I could not hear.
These are pretty clear, Judge. There should be any problems.
So I need to bring the jury in. Lieutenant's going to know, I'm going to go ahead and send them to the hotel.
Yes, sir.
Let them get settled in.
Yes, sir.
Her hair looks like a rat's
We
now.
not get in that other case, those statements with the Bluetooth. Did it work that way? Okay.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I said her hair looks like a rat's nest.
So
It does.
You're a nut.
it is like she's trying to go for kind of a mousy appearance, right?
Yeah. Carol loves embroidery, agrees.
Carol loves embroidery and crime shows.
Yes, she does.
One stand, please.
I just what's going on now?
So they're sending the jury to the hotel, and the judge is going to review I guess the tape statements.
Yeah, she does need to brush the back of her hair really badly.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when your hair is that long, it's difficult to keep it from being tangled, though.
She's got nothing but time.
Thank you, June. No
brush.
kidding.
I mean, you know.
Maybe they don't provide them with a brush in jail. I don't know.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Oh, I thought they were sending the jury away.
But the jury's not in there. They got to bring them in to tell them.
They got to bring them in to tell them to leave. So
Yeah.
Are we going to be wrapped up for the day?
I
Pretty
think
soon?
we will be here pretty soon. Yeah.
We've got a legal issue that's come up, and I have to do a little bit of research so I can come to the right conclusion. And it's going to slow us down a little bit.
That's a good point,
This is
Trooper's
the
mom.
first day of sequestration. I'm going to go ahead and have the officers take you to the hotel so you can get settled in. Your luggage should already be there. I think they've already told you all that. Then they'll take you out to dinner tonight.
Sorry, that's funny.
Some undisclosed restaurant somewhere in the Tri-Cities. But before you go, I'm required by law to give you certain admonitions. 1, you're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally submitted to the jury. You're to report promptly to this court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any member of the jury. You're also to report promptly to the court a juror's violation of any of these admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning this case. You're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in this trial. Okay? Now, we'll start back at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I will see you again.
Well, there we go, guys.
Let's watch her walk out.
Okay. Yes, sir.
You know? I mean,
kidding.
you know, we don't get a lot of, everybody's going to want to see.
Yeah, that's true.
So Real Me 2 says Jennifer Coffindaffer is going live at 3 for Sebastian.
Well, good.
Oh, wow.
So she's been doing a lot on Sebastian lately. So that's great. She says some really good lives.
Thank you.
All right. Y'all, we'll be in recess till 8:30 in the morning. I need y'all to get that statement to me, James.
Hi, Kelsey. Welcome in. And I love the orange laptop too.
So looks like we got a good judge here so far.
Yeah, he seems to be very thorough. I just hope that they get this figured out. Because
I guess I don't really get why this is such a technicality.
I think he's saying it's leading the jury, right?
Yeah.
That's the way I'm understanding it.
Do you think that he should have questioned him? I don't know. I guess what the defense is trying to say, he should be able to cross-examine.
I think to be able to submit the rest of the statement that they refer to, because all they get out of that statement is that she was aware that the baby was dead. But the statement is that Hunter rolled over on Evelyn. And, you know, with the jury not having that information, they're just left to wonder, how do you know she was, because you did something? Or, you know, the rest of the statement implies a certain degree of innocence on her part, right? So the fairness. So that's where they were like the fairness. They should see the full statement if they're going to refer to it at all. That's the argument he's trying to make, I think.
Rita, I think it does your time zone. I believe the Real Me Too is in an Eastern time zone. If you're in Central, it would be in about 15 minutes when Jennifer Coffindaffer is going live.
So are we able to do this tomorrow?
I don't know.
Maybe.
I doubt Aunt E will. She won't be able to handle 2 days in a row at home.
I can't in the morning. I do have a dentist appointment tomorrow. so I got to get my teeth cleaned. And other than that, I don't really have anything going on.
I'll tell you, Kelsey, we will try to do it. We have really enjoyed it, actually.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It's nice
I
to have
like
people to
watching
bounce
it
things
live.
off of.
Yeah. I like having the discussion as things are happening in real time. We could always re-show it too if the timing's not convenient.
Yeah, we could do it where we can catch up
and speed up. You know, in parts like today where we had to stop because they were stopped or whatever. We could always speed it up that way.
Well, I will. I'll put it out on our thing in the morning. I'll just tell you right now, we probably will, because I'm really enjoying myself. And even if it's just me doing it, we'll even take turns so that we can actually do our other jobs as well. So we'll get it figured out. We'll try to do it. So look for it tomorrow, guys. And thanks for hanging out with us for like nearly 5 hours. We've had a ball hanging out with you and kind of discussing everything. And Kelsey's just getting in here, so we need to let her know that Ethan is not the father of Evelyn.
That was the big,
that is the big thing from today.
That is the big reveal.
If I would go back and watch those opening statements because they're both really good.
Very good.
And that's where we got that information. So I would go back and rewind and watch that part for sure.
Yeah. That way you'll see the strategy that both sides are going to take, it looks like. So that's worth checking out. And thank you for the orange hearts, everybody.
Well, yes, thank you all so much.
Justin would turn it on and leave us for a few hours, and we did behave while he was gone.
What did he do?
Oh, that's funny. See, well, I feel bad about doing that. I would hate to do that to you guys. Plus, I'm going to watch it anyway, so why not watch it with you guys?
Well, I mean, if you got to run and pick up kids or whatever, you know.
Like
this morning we had to do that, huh?
Yeah.
I said, like me going to the dentist, you all could just keep rolling or leave it live if you have to step away.
Well, you can hop on and off anytime you want.
Benefit of 3 of us, you know.
Yeah.
Well, awesome. Well, I guess we'll just wrap it up.
Yeah.
Do you want to do the We Remember You? And then, okay. Yeah, Jennifer Coffendorfer is going live soon. So, guys, check it out. And thank you so much for joining us today.
Let her know we said hello.
Yeah, please let her know we said hello.
And thank you, everybody. We appreciate you being here.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, mods, for all your help.
Yes, thank you for sticking with us all day, guys. We really appreciate you.
Oh, and Romy T said they can handle the chat while we're not here. So
that's true.
Oh, that's true.
That's true.
Oh, I just don't know.
I guess we could.
It's weird. If we had, I don't know. It feels weird.
It's like leaving the stove on or something. You know,
it is kind of.
Yeah.
It is kind of like that. Well, we love you guys and we appreciate you. And thank you for all the new members and the super stickers and super chats and all the fun
it's all
things.
Appreciated very much.
We do appreciate you guys
and
so much.
And
I was going to say, and the orange hearts and the prayers. It means the world to us. You guys mean a lot to us and we appreciate you so much.
We remember you. We remember you. Ooh. We're still here for you. We'll shine a light for you. We're holding on to hope for you. We